Senator Estes, you're recognized committee substitute for House Bill 910. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, this House bill is the companion to Senate Bill 17, which we passed a little over 2 months ago. This bill would allow open carry of modern handguns in Texas. The bill is almost identical to SB 17 with two significant exceptions. I just want to be brief because we've discussed this bill many times, so let me go over the two exceptions. The first exception is that the language of HB 910 expressly prohibits a school marshal from carrying openly, and I think that is a good thing. The second exception is that House Bill 910 changes the penalty scheme under the 30-06 and 30-07 signs. Under the Senate version, violating these signs was an immediate Class A misdemeanor, with the penalty being losing your license. The House version makes it a Class C misdemeanor to violate these signs unless you are orally asked to leave the property, in which case a Class A misdemeanor for refusing to leave is enacted. I think that's a good change too. This bill used to have a third difference, which was added by what people have been calling Representative Dutton's amendment. That amendment was removed in our Senate committee substitute, and those of you who were concerned about that do not need to be concerned anymore. I think that complicates the bill, and we can discuss that more often. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but if there are none, I'll move to suspend the regular order of business.
There are a few questions. Senator Lucio, you're recognized.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to yield, my friend.
Thank you, Senator Estes. I would like to just ask you, if I may, I've been approached by concerned constituents about courthouses being exempt from this open carry provision. Could you confirm that courthouses will indeed continue to be protected just as they have under the current concealed carry law?
Yes, Senator. Under current law as it is right now, you can't carry at courthouses, and this bill will do nothing to change that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Birdwell, for what purpose?
Question or comment to the author, and
You're recognized.
Happy
You yield.
to yield to my friend.
thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Estes. I wanted to make a point of clarification with this bill, if I may. And Senator Estes, as you know, Campus Personal Protection Act, Senate Bill 11, which we spent 5 hours back in March debating on the floor, and about 8 hours along with your bill in the Senate State Affairs Committee prior to that, is germane to your bill. And as I've shared with you, the House leadership has made clear their commitment to pass my bill, Senate Bill 11, on the floor of the House. As such, I wanted to make sure you knew, as well as the other members of the body, that I will not be offering Senate Bill 11 as an amendment to your legislation, as both the Lieutenant Governor and myself have been assured that the House will be taking up this important issue very soon and passing out Senate Bill 11. And so I wanted to just personally express my thanks to you for your friendship, your support on this very critical issue, and say thank you for carrying this bill. And with that, Mr. President, I will take my seat and listen and watch the debate.
If I may comment on his comment.
Senator Estes.
Thanks, Senator Estes.
Senator Birdwell, it's been a pleasure working with you on all these issues. No one has worked more tirelessly, more tenaciously on the issue of campus carry. The ball is firmly in the court of our friends in the House. We want to see something good happen there. I was ready to happily take your amendment onto my bill. I have to kind of now change my script a little bit and let everyone know, without that amendment, that I want to keep this bill completely clean of any other amendments, and will be moving to table any other amendments so that we can have a great, clean bill to send to the governor. Thank you, Senator Birdwell, for all your hard work.
Thank you, Senator Estes. Thank you, sir.
Senator Watson.
Briefly for questions of the author.
Senator Estes.
You may have just answered my question. What I was going to ask you, you'd mentioned the Dutton Amendment, then we hear Senator Birdwell's speech or comments, and your idea is that the bill that we have in front of us, you don't want to amend in any way, and you're going to move to table on all potential amendments.
Yes, Senator, it's kind of like that old Mary Poppins line, practically perfect in every respect. I think this bill's been worked upon, and I think that this is something that the people of Texas can use and need and will be workable.
I was with you right up to you said Mary Poppins, and everything after that I didn't hear. So, yeah, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And members, Senator Birdwell is correct. The House had asked to pass the campus carry bill, so that's the reason he's not amending his bill. Members, Senator Rodriguez, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to ask some questions of the author.
You're recognized.
Senator Estes, you're right. We have spent quite a bit of time, as Senator Birdwell said, also on this issue because it's an issue that divergent views are pretty strongly held, as you know, and I know you want to keep your bill clean, as you put it, in order to get it out, and I understand you have the votes for it. But I still want to offer some amendments that I think are common sense amendments that would not affect the bill's ability to be enacted, but that would in turn provide some measure of safety and protection for the community that I think is called for in many instances. One of my amendments by law enforcement itself. And so I just wanted to let you know that I respect you and I understand you don't want any amendments, but I think it's important for us in this debate to have some discussion about why some of these amendments, other people may have other amendments, I don't know, but why these amendments would make sense in this kind of bill. So I hope that you will at least consider them, members, because this is an important measure, and there are points of view, as I said, on all sides, and I think it's important for us to have a debate on some of these common sense amendments that would, in my view, make the bill more palatable, more acceptable, if you will, even if reluctantly, by some of us and others in the public.
Senator, you'll be happy to know I agree with you. It is your right to offer any amendment you want on this floor, and although my name is on this bill, I do not own or control the amendment process. I am one of 31, and if your amendment seems good to the body, they will overturn my motion to table.
Oh, thank you. Well,
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate that.
Happy to hear all your amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, the motion is on to suspend the regular order of business. The Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Seliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Calling, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 910. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 910 relating to the authority of a person who is licensed to carry a handgun to openly carry a holstered handgun.
Members, there is an amendment being handed out to you now. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Rodriguez.
Senator Rodriguez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment is intended to close a loophole that I think is in our concealed carry law is being proposed. As we all know, under Texas law, someone with a criminal history record is not permitted to get a concealed handgun license. However, the law is silent on situations where a person holds more than one state's concealed handgun license. Now, we know that Texas has reciprocity agreements with 41 other states, but the fact is that many states' laws on carrying a handgun are much less thoughtful and less stringent than the Texas law. If we look at the Texas law, it has about 14 different conditions that must be met. Other states don't have any conditions at all. So that means that a person convicted of an offense here in Texas, which would invalidate his concealed handgun license for 5 years, could easily work around that law, our law, by invoking the laws of another state, by going to another state and getting a concealed handgun license in that state. So my amendment members provides that this state will not recognize a license issued by another state to a person whose license to carry a handgun was revoked by the department here and not subsequently reinstated, that's a DPS, or whose application for a license to carry a handgun was denied by the department and not subsequently granted. Now, members, this is a common sense amendment. It is supported by law enforcement, by CLEAT and other law enforcement departments across the state. So really what this boils down to is this. If you couldn't legally carry a gun under Texas law, you shouldn't be able to get around our law by simply relying on the laws of another state. That's all we're talking about here. And we know that there's a lot of folks that get their licenses out of state from Texas. But if they violated our laws and they would not be eligible, why would we allow them to have that license here in Texas? So don't you think that that makes sense, Senator Estes?
Let me respond, Senator, and I really am glad you brought this up. The issue we're talking about is an issue with existing law and not with this bill. But let me say, first of all, I'm not unsympathetic to this issue. I, too, am troubled by the idea that someone who could not qualify to carry legal in Texas could qualify under another state's license. I believe that it needs to be its own bill. And I pledge to you to look at this during the interim. And here's why I think it should be its own bill instead of that. The question centers around reciprocity. And by the way, my first session here in 2003, I carried the reciprocity bill. And so I do realize that there are some things that need to be looked into. This issue needs to be thoroughly vetted and weighed in by both the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office. So while I am sympathetic to what you're trying to accomplish with this issue, I believe it needs to be fully vetted. I believe it's something that we can come back next session and work on. And you have my commitment to investigate this and look into this.
Well, you know what? I really appreciate that, and I think we need to do that. It's just that I think that this has been percolating since the session started. As you know, this was one of our very first debates, and so it seems to me like we've had plenty of time to look at this from all sides. And it's just a shame that on the verge of passing this, we would not add a common sense provision in there that would provide a measure of safety for not only the community at large, but also for our law enforcement community, which has been asking for this kind of an amendment. They're very supportive of it and have made public expressions of their support. So it's disappointing that we would have to wait and try to work out a standalone bill during the interim. But if that's what we're going to have to do, I suppose that's what we'll have to do.
I think that would be the best course of action. And in that spirit of telling you I'd like to work on this with you during the interim, I would move to table the amendment.
Senator Estes, would you temporarily withdraw your motion because Senator Menendez wants to speak?
I withdraw the motion to table at this
Temporarily,
time.
yes.
Temporarily.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to ask the author of the bill, my friend Senator Estes, a couple of questions, if I may.
Happy for you.
Senator, this is my first session in the Senate, and I have the utmost respect for you.
You're doing a darn good job.
Senator
too,
Menendez,
Thank you.
don't want to interrupt, but we're on the amendment.
Yes.
So we could,
This is about the amendment.
okay. You said you wanted to ask the author a few questions, so.
And I do. And I
All
want to
right, so
ask
it's about the
question
amendment. You are recognized.
About the amendment, yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
What I was going to ask, Senator Estes, is I heard your explanation, and I think that under most circumstances, under normal circumstances, your answer, I feel, was excellent. I mean, very logical. My concern is that we just had an incident in Waco where this bill has been talked about in terms of how much worse could that have been had we had open carry. And my concern is that people cross our state lines quite easily all day, every day. And this amendment, in my opinion, would help law enforcement and help the community at large in the state of Texas know that as a body, that we were sensitive that someone who could not have a handgun license in Texas legally couldn't just go to New Mexico, Oklahoma, Louisiana, or some other state, obtain one there and have reciprocity and feel that they could just carry their gun openly here, because if there was a good enough reason that Texas wouldn't issue them one, that we as Texans, especially as legislators, that we wouldn't feel that they should have one. And so I wanted to get up, not because I didn't think your answer was good, just because I think that right now the sensitivity to this issue is so great in terms of what's going on, that I just thought maybe we could provide a sense of well-being or sense of safety, knowing that the people that have a license in Texas are people that qualified in Texas by our Texas statutes, and that they wouldn't have been able to circumvent the law. And so that's the only reason I wanted to speak in favor of the amendment and ask you maybe to reconsider your motion to table, sir. I understand you want to keep the bill clean, but I just thought that maybe there might be some amendments that could help make the bill a little more palatable.
Well, thank you for your comments, Senator. And let me just say that all of us were horrified at what happened in Waco, and we were very happy that it seems that the police and the sheriff's department did a fair job, and it was terrible about the loss of life. After that happened, I thought about this very carefully, and I truly do not think that this bill that we're working on today, whether it's as it is now or if it was in law at the time, would have made any difference with that lawless bunch of people. And I would hazard to say that very few of those people involved in that horrific fight were concealed carry licensees. I don't know that for sure, but these are lawless people, and the people that we're trying to help are people that are law-abiding citizens and gun owners. So I look forward on working with you and Senator Rodriguez and others in the interim to study this, because I think reciprocity is a real issue that we should study. I think it needs to be a standalone bill, and it needs to be thoroughly vetted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. President.
Members, the motion on the floor is to table amendment number 1 by Rodriguez.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez,
sure it's
Schwartner, Soliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the motion to table prevails. Members, there is an amendment, and the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 2 by Lucio.
Senator Lucio, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, and Senator Estes, constituents in my district have expressed concerns with the adequacy of CHL instruction requirements in addressing the risk of open carry. While statute requires CHL training on handgun use and safety, it does not clearly outline what that entails. We want to ensure CHL applicants are informed and proficient in safe open carry practices. This amendment explicitly outlines basic knowledge on the use of a firearm, such as proper grip of a handgun, loading and unloading of a handgun, the drawing a gun from a holster. This amendment ensures CHL holders have the basic handgun knowledge that every gun holder should know. This training is especially necessary in an open carry environment to ensure the safety of the public. So, Mr. President, at this time, I move adoption of this amendment.
Senator Estes.
Senator Lucio, thank you for bringing this amendment. I think a lot of the things that are listed in here are good things to learn. I think it's important. DPS has the authority to decide what is in the training course, and these are good suggestions. I don't think they should be in statute. I want to remind you that I did take an amendment from Senator Zaffirini about training on retention, if you remember that a few months ago. So I appreciate that. I don't think that this extensive, detailed list should be put in statute. Therefore, respectfully to my friend, I move to table.
Mr. President, due
Yes.
to the respect I have for the author of this bill and also to the members, I'll pull down this amendment at this time.
Senator Lucio withdraws amendment number 2. Members, there is an amendment. We'll wait till it gets to the back row. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 3 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment would require a licensed handgun owner to display their license in order to openly carry. And so the amendment was also an amendment requested to me by law enforcement, and having the license or a facsimile of it displayed can be extremely beneficial if there is a shooting involved in the incident. One of the thoughts could be that you could have a miniaturized version of your license on the holster, so that if police are called to respond to a shooting, they can tell the difference between the good guys and the bad guys. Openly displaying a license on a holster would allow police to determine who is legally carrying and who is not. Members, I would love to have the author of this bill, who I respect very much, be able to accept this amendment. If not, I won't waste any more of the membership's
It's your
time.
amendment there for
I
minutes.
just believe that,
Senator Estes.
Thank you. We talked about this before.
Yes.
This is essentially your license on the holster, so
Correct.
to speak.
Yes, sir.
I think that would be problematic, and I think we did have this debate on the earlier bill 2 months ago, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Thank you for bringing this. I think it would be problematic. Move to table.
I'll just,
You're going to
Mr. President,
withdraw it?
out of respect for the body, I'll pull down the amendment.
Okay. Members,
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Menendez pulls down amendment number 3. Members, there is an amendment. Members, we will be handing out amendment number 4. We'll give you a moment to get it to the last row. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 4 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, Floor Amendment Number 4 would allow cities to opt in to open carry. While we have heard often that 44 other states allow open carry, it's important to know that many of those do so on a local or regional basis. Doing so allows for more local discretion and greater awareness by local law enforcement of who is licensed to open carry. While our licensing structure is administered at the state level, it would be beneficial to local elected officials who are most aware of their constituents' unique circumstances if they could authorize open carry within their borders. This amendment would allow open carry only in cities that have adopted an ordinance allowing it and in areas outside of cities and counties that have authorized open carry by order or resolution. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Estes on the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Zaffarini, remind me, because we worked on this as an amendment on the floor 2 months ago, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
You had two different amendments. One was opt-in.
And my next one is opt-out.
As opt-out. And what was the result of that last time?
You moved to table.
Okay. I must have been right then, I guess. So I'll move to table. Thank you, though, very respectfully.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffarini to close.
I really believe that this should be a matter of local control and that our local officials understand these issues and the needs of their interests best, that there are some areas in Texas where the local officials will support opt-in strongly and other areas where they will not. But I believe that we should not have a statewide regulation in this respect, and that's why I urge the adoption of this particular amendment.
Members, the motion on the floor is to table amendment number 4. Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwartner, Sulliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There being 20 ayes, 11 nays, the motion to table prevails. Members, there is an amendment, amendment number 5. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 5 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, my previous amendment would have allowed cities and counties to opt in to allowing license holders to open carry, which is my preference. Since that amendment was not acceptable, it is my hope that an amendment to instead allow cities to opt out by ordinance and to allow counties to opt out in the areas outside the cities by order or resolution. This would put the burden on the individual cities and counties to take action if they would like to prohibit open carry within their borders. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Sounds like a good amendment. I got to read it.
Senator Estes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, the problem with both opt-in and opt-out is it creates a patchwork of regulations across our state, which could lead to be very confusing. And so, again, respectfully, I move to table.
Zaffarini, Senator Zaffarini to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just urge adoption and ask you to vote against the motion to table.
Senator Estes moves to table amendment number 5. Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwartner, Sulliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
Members, the motion to table prevails 20-11.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 6 by Rodriguez.
Senator Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, this amendment alters Section 30.06's written notice requirements to create a straightforward, less onerous sign for businesses who want to exclude guns from their private property. As we know, under this bill, private property owners have the option of excluding guns from their property, and there is signage required. This amendment directs DPS to make available online an electronic printable version of a sign that businesses can easily access if they want to lawfully prohibit a license holder from carrying a handgun. The rules must require the sign to contain a picture that shows on a white background a handgun with a red circle and a diagonal line through it, so that all people entering the building will clearly know that the business owner's desire is to prohibit guns. Then the sign must also include language clearly stating if the business is prohibiting concealed carry, open carry, or simply prohibiting all guns. This sign must be clearly posted. Now, members, this amendment also allows the property owner to easily replace their sign if the sign they have currently becomes illegible. This is an improvement on the current Section 30.06, which is quite burdensome and hostile even to private business owners' rights. Right now, a valid sign is by design big and quite frankly ugly. Signs required by law are intentionally unfriendly to business. This amendment removes uncertainty and provides clear boundaries for license holders. So if we're going to have this law pass, and those businesses want to exclude concealed handgun holders from the premises, Senator Estes and members, there ought to be a sign that can be easily read, understood, posted, and if defaced, as happens sometimes in some of these businesses by vandals or others, then the business can download it immediately from the DPS website. I think this makes sense. This is only trying to help the private property owners who want to exclude the handguns have available to them a sign that everybody can understand. So, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Estes?
Thank you, Senator. As I remember, again, 2 months ago, we dealt with this same amendment on the Senate bill, didn't we?
I think we did.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The exact language.
I think it's problematic to change the signs. The signs are just about perfect the way they are. If we make them any smaller, people might not see them. We want to make sure that they stay in Spanish and English. That's very important. So I have heard zero complaints as we've worked this extensively for, as you know, years. Have not heard any testimony whatsoever that anybody is upset with the way the signs work. And so respectfully, I'll motion to table.
Well, I appreciate that. I think we've had some complaints from some businesses.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Members, the motion on the floor is to table amendment number 6. Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, L-Type, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Sulliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmer, and Zaffarino.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, motion to table prevails.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Thank you, Senator. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 7 by Rodriguez.
Senator Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members and Senator Estes, this is the annual background check amendment, and we've heard about annual background checks plenty in this gun debate across the country. This amendment will allow for an annual background check for all license holders through the state's computerized system and through the National Instant Criminal Background Check, which is maintained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Now, this amendment will prevent the purchase of firearms by individuals who have either a Class A or Class B misdemeanor or a felony in Texas or any other state. This amendment still maintains all of the requirements for revocation. These thorough annual background checks will not undermine the reciprocity agreement that the state has with other states that Senator Estes was talking about earlier. These background checks, members, are not uncommon throughout the country. In fact, in 2012, almost 20 million national instant criminal background checks for license holders were requested. Again, this is a common sense measure. It's intended to prevent any tragedies that might take place with license holders who should not be permitted to carry. And so it's just another way of trying to provide some measure of safety and comfort to those who are concerned about the misuse of handguns, as we just heard earlier in the Waco incident and many other incidents that we're aware of. So I would hope that you would accept this amendment, Senator Estes, in the interest of community safety. And so I request that our members adopt this amendment, support it.
Senator Estes.
Senator, thank you. Senator Rodriguez, I'm happy to tell you, and it's amazing what modern technology can do. We thought that there was already a system in place that does this. If a person commits a crime, DPS hears about it and cancels their license. So that's already in place, and we even emailed them as you were talking, and that's confirmed. So this basically is not needed, but you make a good point. We already have the system in place that essentially does what you're trying to do.
Well, this system is, again, you said when a person commits a crime. We're not saying the CHL holder has committed a crime. We're saying that there ought to be checks on them, not because they committed a crime at the present time, but maybe sometime in the past, and we want to make sure that that they are checked in our national system.
If I may, they have a program in place. It's called RAP Back, I'm advised. And so with that, I move to table. Thank you.
Members, the motion on the floor is to table amendment number 7. Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, L-Type, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Soliger, Taylor, Galveston, Taylor, Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There being 20 ayes, 11 nays, the motion to table prevails.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 8 by Huffines.
Senator Huffines, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment will allow all law-abiding Texans to exercise their Second Amendment to protect themselves and their families without a permit. Members, obtaining a permit from the state is an unnecessary burden on law-abiding Texans. I implore you to think critically about this, because Texans don't need to get a permit to go to church. Reporters don't need to get a permit to publish an article that millions of Texans might read. Texas should honor our Second Amendment rights with the same reverence that we do our First Amendment rights. Members, in closing, law-abiding Texans don't need a piece of paper to come between you and the state to protect himself or your family. This amendment is the ultimate limited government pro-second legislation we're going to consider this session. Now,
Senator Estes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Senator, I
do
have
want
been
to
listening to you.
That's
sorry.
okay, Senator Estes.
Senator Estes.
But
Senator Huffines, I'm sorry. I
Yes,
thought you had finished. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Continue.
I do want to pull the amendment down in consideration of this important piece of legislation, Senator, that you've worked on. It's very important that open carry gets passed, and I know you've worked very hard on it, and just in case this might jeopardize that, I think it's important that we hear about it, but we're going to pull it down.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Huffines pulls down amendment number 8. Members, there is an additional amendment. Senate Amendment 9, Secretary, read the caption.
Floor amendment number 9 by Huffines.
Senator Huffines, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I appreciate this. Hold on just a second. This amendment, wait a minute, I got my wrong book. Okay. Members, as we expand the Second Amendment with liberty, like this bill we're working on, we must be mindful of our civil liberties, safeguarded by the Fourth Amendment. Texans who choose to carry openly, once this bill passes, should not be suspect and should not be detained, delayed, searched, simply because they have chosen to exercise their Second Amendment right. I ask you to join me in voting for this amendment, which will prevent undue and unconstitutional harassment of gun owners. It simply provides that, I quote, a peace officer may not make an investigatory stop or other temporary detention to inquire as to whether a person possesses a handgun license solely because the person is carrying the handgun openly in accordance with the law. Members, this is the Dutton and Rinaldi Amendment from the House. This amendment was passed, it's exactly worded as the amendment from the House. It was passed 133 to 10 in the House. This is a nonpartisan amendment. This clarifies, this will help the police because it clarifies the legal situation that they're going to be in. This is a very good amendment to make sure that we're not burdened. Taxpayers, the police, and their employers are not burdened with the inevitable litigation that's going to follow if we don't pass this.
Senator Estes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Huffines, thank you for bringing this back up. And obviously, we have been discussing this Representative Dutton amendment very extensively. And let me tell you my take on it, please. I was willing to remove it in committee for one basic reason, and that is I believe it just states existing law as it already is. I do not believe that removing the Dutton Amendment will allow the police to demand to see a person's identification simply because he or she are openly carrying, because it's a matter of constitutional law that if a person is engaged in an activity that is legal with a license, it is not sufficient cause for the police to stop that person. Let me give you an example. As you're driving down the street in your motor vehicle with your driver's license on a public road, the police cannot stop you unless they have some reasonable suspicion. And I believe that the courts would enforce this issue just the same way. So, accepting this amendment, in my opinion, would add confusion to settled law. But thank you for bringing it up, and I move to table.
Can I close?
Senator Huffines, it's actually there are other senators who want to speak.
Okay.
So before you close, let's let everyone speak. Senator Estes, will you temporarily withdraw your motion to table?
Temporarily withdraw my motion to table.
All right. Senator Burton, for what purpose?
Just a comment to the author, please.
Okay. On the amendment?
Yes.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Huffines. I appreciate it. I think this is an amendment that needs to go on this bill. I fully support it. I think it is a protection for gun owners and for police alike. And I appreciate you bringing this back. I think it's an amendment that should have stayed on the bill, and I appreciate you putting it forward. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Ellis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Huffines, I'm going to support the amendment, and I feel compelled to explain why. You and I have worked together on a number of bills, and that I don't want members to think I've started drinking the tea just because I've been spending a little bit of time with you. But I think this is an instance in which maybe for totally different reasons, you and I end up on the same side on this issue. My concern is that oftentimes, unfortunately in society, people do get profiled. And it would be pretty clear to me if I had a license or if one of my kids were to have one, who would be more apt to be asked the question? So for that reason, totally opposite from why you have gotten to where you are, I support this amendment and would encourage other members to vote with this as well. I heard my desk make the comment that he thinks it's just reinforcing current law. Well, if that's the case, put it in there again. because there are oftentimes there may be something in the law, but we don't follow it. So the more we can remind people that it is the law, the more we ought to do that. So I support it, and Senator, I hope that members will look at it carefully, and I hope they will vote to put it on, because this is something I know that your base is very interested in. I just want you to know my base is very interested in it as well.
Thank you, Senator, and I encourage you to get that CHL. I really do.
Well, with all of the bills you all are passing, I might have to get it, to be honest with you.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Permission to question the author of the amendment?
Senator Estes?
Actually, I want to...
Senator Huffines, you're
Senator
recognized.
Huffines, thank you. Senator Huffines, I wanted to just discuss with you this amendment that you're putting on and discuss what I see as the problems associated with this amendment. Certainly, I think we're all in agreement that we never want any law-abiding citizen to be confronted or have issues with law enforcement when it's not necessary. We certainly want individuals to be able to enjoy their constitutional rights and the privileges that have been given to them by the state of Texas, as far as, especially if this bill passes and giving them the ability to openly carry their weapons. But I strongly believe that this particular amendment will make it virtually impossible for law enforcement to perform their duties. I think we all know that law enforcement has been very unsettled about open carry to start out with, and I've sat through all the committee hearings and listened to police officers and taken into account what they had to say, but this body has proceeded anyway, despite some of their concerns. I think some of their concerns were unfounded, but I think some of their concerns are quite legitimate, and the law enforcement community has great concerns about this amendment. Virtually, in my opinion, what this amendment does is create what you were trying to do in your other amendment that you pulled down, and that is to create constitutional carry. I understand that you have support from some of the Republican members on this bill, and I understand that you have support from some of the Democrat members on this bill, on this amendment. And I would suspect my dear Democratic friends here, some who are supporting it because it, in effect, will lead to constitutional carry, which is going to lead to what I believe grave issues in the state of Texas as to how this new legislation will be perceived, both by law enforcement and by the public. Because any person will know that they can carry a gun and it can be exposed, and unless they are committing a crime or in the process of engaging in activities that rise to the level of reasonable suspicion, that they cannot be approached by law enforcement and be questioned about why they have a pistol or a handgun upon their person. I trust that law enforcement, as they have had a very good relationship with CHL holders for the last 20 years. And I submit to you, it's because both parties, law enforcement and CHL holders, have respected each other's legal authority. Up until now, law enforcement has had a right to ask a person if they were in fact a legitimate CHL holder, and they were required under the law to produce that license. If they didn't, they committed a crime. That's been the law for 20 years, and I would say that both communities, this has worked in an excellent manner. There have been no issues. I think we know the very, very, very low percentage of CHL holders who have engaged in any type of criminal activity, nor have I heard any complaints from CHL holders that they have been harassed or abused by law enforcement officials. In effect, you are going to tie the hands of police officers, so unless a person actually commits a crime. I can give you an example. There's been a lot of talk about the Waco incident. Virtually, when the police approached that scene, if they saw individuals, even in the area, with a gun on them, I guess under this amendment, they would not be able to approach that individual and ask them if they were in fact CHL holders. I believe under the facts and circumstances, the objective facts that a police officer can look at, that they will assess the situation. Do I think that they will approach a farmer in Senator Seliger's district in rural Texas who's sitting in a diner and they can see that he has a handgun? Probably not. I don't think that law enforcement is going to harass one of Senator Seliger's constituents in that situation. If a law enforcement officer sees a person walking down the streets of Houston, perhaps in an area that is not an area where one would expect to see a person openly carrying a handgun, it may not be inappropriate at all for the officer to make a quick question, are you a valid CHL holder? And the CHL holder, as it is required under current law, would simply have to present their license and they would quickly go upon their way. This system has worked. I think that this is a poison pill to the bill members, those that support it, because it's going to have unintended consequences. I think it has dire consequences for the state of Texas. I think this is a huge mistake. I think you probably have the votes to get it on, because I can see a coalition forming, and I see that. But I think it's a mistake, and for many in this chamber and in this Capitol who have fought for years for this right, including some of the activist organizations like the NRA, Open Carry Texas, this is a mistake. And I think members understand the votes are here, but I want to go on record for saying this is a mistake and this is bad for the state of Texas. Thank you.
Senator, would you like to respond, Senator Huffines?
Yes, please. Thank you. Well, I appreciate your comments, Senator Huffman, and I know you've worked in your committee on this issue, but I couldn't disagree more. First of all, this has nothing to do with constitutional carry. This amendment doesn't. And I don't know if you're misinformed on the amendment or not, but a policeman can reasonably, has suspicion, they can go ahead and stop someone. This is strictly about having that, not getting unduly harassed for exercising your constitutional right of carrying a weapon, your Second Amendment. That's what it's about.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for what purpose?
I'd like to a question of the author and a comment, please.
Yes, you're recognized.
Senator Estes and Senator Huffman, I appreciate all your very hard work, and I very much very respectfully disagree with most of your assessment and what you had to say. And as I understand it, Senator Estes, you said we really don't need to do this because it's already covered by law. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And who is opposed to doing this outside the folks here that have, what bodies out there are opposed to putting this, having this on the bill?
National Rifle Association.
Besides them? I understand
Texas
the police
Texas
have opposed
State Rifle Association.
Okay. And the police have also, in the
police.
newspaper, have opposed to it. And what we found in other states that don't have a specific law, that the police are stopping people, and they've done it time and time again. And just recently, as of last week, the courts finally said there's enough of that, and the federal court said you can now sue the police if they do this.
And what I'm telling you is we do have a specific law on this.
So having this law in here is not in any way harming the bill. It is not harming the ability to carry, and it is just reinforcing the fact so that when someone does open carry, that they have the right to do that under our law, and but no one has the right to stop them any more than is your example of the police having the right to stop someone for driving a car to see if they have a driver's license.
That is correct.
Okay. So all this law does is just reinforce that and actually protects the police. I see this as a law that actually provides protection to the police because they do not have the right.
Then, Senator, feel free to vote no on my motion to table. Let me just say what I said last. I think that putting this amendment on adds confusion to what already is settled law.
Okay. Understand, and honest, with all due respect, sir, I do not see what the confusion could be, which simply makes it very clear that the police cannot violate our constitutional rights. But I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
I guess I'd like to ask the sponsor of the amendment some questions. Am I recognized? Do you yield? I guess.
Do you yield,
Yes,
Senator Huffman?
certainly.
You're recognized.
Yield for the question.
First of all, I think we need to all slow down. Would you not agree, Senator Huffines, that this is the most serious topic? In fact, would you not agree the bill that Senator Estes is laying out is a game changer, is the way I described it a while ago. And one of the reasons why I wouldn't offer up my vote on the 3-day suspension, because normally that would be a courtesy to move the process. But members, this is not a Senate process matter. This is a matter between you and your district. And Senator Huffines, would you agree with me that we're going to be asked about this vote, not only the main bill, but your amendment? I mean, would you agree with me this is a topic that all of Texas is watching?
Yes, I agree.
Would you agree with me as we travel across the state or back home during the session, would you agree with me, or have you experienced that this would be maybe the #1 topic?
It could be.
Maybe even, it's been my experience, more so than the tax cuts, the budget, or darn near anything else. Would you agree that's how important this bill is in your amendment?
It could be.
Are you aware that every law enforcement agency, the people that we honor on a regular basis, in fact, 2 days ago I had a adjournment in honor of one of our fallen heroes, a Houston police officer. That officer, his organization, have asked us to be against your amendment. Are you aware of that?
No.
Well, let me just assure you that the law enforcement agencies, large and small, the people that we honor on a regular basis, say they need to be able to approach someone that has a gun. In fact, they're trained to do so. Look for the person with the gun. When you're making a call, they focus their eyes and actions on the gun carrier. They need to, under the proposed legislation, to be able to distinguish who's doing it legally and who's doing it illegally. Would you understand that's the police officer's training and understanding?
I don't know exactly what their training is, but if if they're suspecting someone of suspicious behavior, this amendment does not come into play. If, for instance, they don't look like they're 21 years old, the police have a reasonable cause to stop them and ask them if they have a CHL license.
What happens if a police officer gets a radio call while he or she's on patrol that there's a burglary, no, not a burglary, a robbery in process at the Valero in my district on Memorial Drive? The officer gets there, and there's 2 individuals with pistols on their side leaving the store. They might even go in different directions. You don't want the police officer to have the right to confront one or both of them and ask them, are they legally carrying an open weapon? So you don't want an officer making a call to a robbery in progress, and maybe the bad guy's inside. He doesn't know where the outlaw is. You don't want the officer to ask the question of two individuals, which one of you have a legal weapon and which has an illegal? That's the scenario and a real life example that you're setting up.
This amendment would not affect that situation. The answer is yes. They'd have the right to question those two suspects.
Go ahead. Not if they're leaving the scene. They might be across the street, and I understand you got great legal counsel standing behind you. But I think he's wrong, and this is the concern of the police officers. They won't be able to do their job, their sworn duty to protect us, if you don't allow them, in the right circumstance, to ask someone, do they have a license to carry an open weapon? You're not only endangering Senator Huffines, would you agree with me? You're not only, if your amendment goes on, going to endanger the public, but they're going to specifically endanger law enforcement that have to enforce our laws. They need to know who has a right to have a gun and who doesn't.
I completely disagree. Right now, this amendment specifically states solely because they are carrying.
And that's
solely
the scenario,
because.
Senator Huffines, that's the scenario I just described.
No, you didn't. There was a crime being committed.
In the store.
Yes,
I'm going to, okay, let me give you the real life example. The bad guy that the call went out is in the store, in the process of holding people hostage, robbing the cashier, and it may be two open carry, legally open carry individuals trying to get away from the scene, to get to their car to leave. The officer pulls up and sees more than one individual with an open carried firearm. What would you have the officer do?
If there's
they tell me they better stay in their car. What would you have them do?
I'll be happy to answer your question. Give me a chance. If a crime...
You want to just give Senator West the mic and we can say...
we
can eliminate... Who's the middleman? I don't know if you're the middleman or he's the middleman.
No, I'm answering your question.
Okay. Fine. Senator West, here's your chair right over here.
If a crime's being committed in
the store...
They have a right to question anyone. That's not what this amendment's about. It strictly says that if the reason to be stopped is solely because they are exercising their Second Amendment.
No, I've got it in the process of making the call with the bad guy in the store. The officer sees someone in the parking lot. Or he may be across the street. They may be an observer. They got an open carry. The officer needs to be able to approach them to make sure they're not even a suspect.
It does not change that circumstance.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's just get a little more simpler. Why in the world do you think all the police officers are opposed to your amendment if, in fact, it doesn't detrimentally affect them?
I don't know if that's the case. I don't think...
Well, take my word for it. I work in criminal justice with law enforcement each and every day.
Well,
they can't do their job in protecting the public and the police officers if you don't allow them to approach people and say, do you have a right to have your gun?
Do you know who Cleet is?
Do I know what Cleet is?
Yes.
Of course I know what Cleet is.
Well, it's my understanding they are
enforcement officers in Texas.
It's my understanding they're in support of the amendment. I do not take the premise that the police are not in support of this amendment. There might be a few that are in support of this amendment.
Let me ask you another question, because I don't think I'm going to change yours or Senator West's mind. Are you going to pull your amendment down, or are you serious about us having an up or down vote on your amendment? Because see, a while ago you had the constitutional carry, you pulled it down, so I don't know if you're going to pull this one down or not.
Dean, we're going to vote on this amendment. This is a nonpartisan amendment. This amendment passed 133 to 10 in the House.
Well, let me just quickly, in all due respect to the House,
let me tell you, those that want open carry, This is the quickest path to the governor's desk.
Okay, that's what I want to ask. Are you aware that if your amendment goes on, the sponsor of the legislation says there's not going to be a conference committee to strip it off, that your language will become part of the bill that goes to the governor's desk? Are you aware of that? I mean,
Yes.
that this is how serious your amendment is. It will become the law of the state of Texas that, one, you have a right to carry a firearm, and number two, you're going to restrict law enforcement from approaching anyone because they have a firearm and ask them, do they have a license?
That is not what my amendment does. My amendment protects the Second and the Fourth Amendment of our Constitution. And this, yes, I am perfectly aware that this is going to get on the bill, just like the House had it on the bill.
Are you aware also that there is a coalition of senators being formed as we talk that are going to support your amendment? Some because they're philosophically in tune with you, and others perhaps because they were under the impression it was going to kill the bill. But are you familiar that all my colleagues should understand this will become the law of the state of Texas if your amendment goes on?
Well, I'm not speculating what people would support it or not support it, but I can tell you that it would be a good thing that this gets on the bill.
And you don't have any concern about the safety of our law enforcement officers or the public that they're sworn to protect?
I'm always concerned about the safety of law enforcement, of course, but that's not what this amendment's about. It's about defending our Second and Fourth Amendments.
Where does the Second Amendment describe a scenario that I laid out for you a while ago that law enforcement tells me is going to be a real live example that they're making a call? I think Senator Huffman even referenced Waco. Up until this point, I think you could say this proposed statute, would not affect Waco, and I don't think you'll be able to say that after your amendment goes on, because in the Waco crisis, if an officer came up there and there was just someone having lunch or going through the parking lot, was not a gang member or motorcycle gang member, and they have open carry, they may be blocks away. You're going to prevent law enforcement from approaching them in the scenario of Waco.
Not if they're suspected of committing a crime.
How do you determine that? If they're
It's
2 blocks from the
it's
Waco...
the officer's judgment. That's not what the amendment says, Dean. It clearly says solely because. If they suspect you of a crime, if they suspect you don't have a permit, if you're wearing gang colors, of course you're going to be able to be stopped as being suspected of a crime.
From what we've learned, there were a group of law enforcement at the location before the crisis broke out. They had intelligence that there was going to be a gang meeting and there were controversies. So they had the area staked out. What if you're a couple of blocks away, and for the safety of the officers and the public, they need to approach someone blocks away from where the accident occurred, the incident, and ask people?
They have to have reasonable judgment of the circumstances. And
Reasonable judgment. Do you know right now, do you know what the training for officers are? You're wanting them to go back through a whole new training procedure.
I'd like to have order, please, in the Senate. I'd like to have total quiet in the Senate, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I can't be more sincere than I'm being by telling you that police officers that I listen to in the Criminal Justice Committee, that we honor regularly, have told me that this not only will interfere with their job performance, it frightens them. It frightens them on behalf of the people that you represent, I represent, and Senator West represent. This is not John Whitmire's opinion. It's just so that I agree with them, that they need to be able to, and Senator Estes used good judgment, He's calling it confusion. I'm going to call it a threat to law enforcement officers and the people we represent. If your amendment goes on, Senator, why won't you listen to the people that put their lives on the line every day for us? Don't you think their opinion is probably clearer and more qualified than yours or mine?
You want me to answer the question? You want me to answer the question? I'm going to answer the question, and I'll tell you what, you don't speak for all the police. This is the same argument we heard when we got the CHL process started. And I think there are police for this amendment, and there are a lot of police forces might have been against it when we first got CHL. They will learn how to deal with the situation without violating the Fourth Amendment of people's constitutional right not to be unreasonably searched.
Senator, were you here when we passed the CHL in 98?
I was not.
You know I was. You know I voted for it. And that was not one of the arguments presented by law enforcement. One of the arguments was there might be road rage.
Shootouts.
There might be incidents which have not proven to be accurate.
Right.
But I voted for the CHL.
I'm glad you did.
I'm not afraid of guns. But I do listen to law enforcement who works the streets of Texas in very dangerous situations. This has gotten so ridiculous. When we passed it the first time, we couldn't even prevent open carry in this building. Now here we got the dangers of attracting people to this building, and now we're going to allow open carry in this building where emotions run high. We attract some emotionally disturbed people, and we're not going to allow the Capitol Police members. Senator Huffines, do you really not want the Capitol Police to be able to approach someone who has an open carry in the halls of this building and ask them, do they have a right to carry that gun? In this environment.
If they suspect that person of a crime, they could ask them.
Well, maybe they want to ask them why they're videotaping us. It might be just an inquiry about what is your motive in following members. And in the meantime, there's someone standing right next to that person that doesn't have the camera, but somebody's next to him or her that's got an open carry. You don't want the state troopers that protect us in this building and the people that we represent to be able to. What about the school children that come to this building? And somebody's walking down the hall with an open carry. You don't want the state troopers to be able to walk up and say, excuse me, do you have a right to have an open carry gun in the state capitol with hundreds of school children here on a daily basis? Have you thought about that?
Yes.
And you don't realize the danger that you'd be placing the school children under?
If you have a CHL and you can carry it in this building, you should have the right to open carry it.
And I had an amendment that would restrict open carry in this building because of the school children. We do attract emotionally disturbed individuals, and that amendment went down. So now you can have open carry here, but your amendment would go a huge step in not allowing the law enforcement to protect the children in this building from asking someone when they walk up the steps of the Capitol, excuse me, do you have a right to carry an open weapon?
What my amendment's going to do is to clarify the law and keep our police force from being sued and our taxpayers from paying the legal cost of violating the Fourth Amendment. That's what my amendment's going to do.
The police officers that you say you're concerned about being sued are against your amendment.
I don't agree with that.
Well, I tell you what, would you agree to pull your amendment down for about 2 hours and get them and allow them to contact you?
No.
Well, what are you afraid of, the truth? That the police officers in the next 2 hours can give you repeated calls and asking you not to endanger their lives and the people they represent?
It's not the case. I feel like we don't need to waste the members' time. I disagree.
I know, but would you pull your amendment down for 2 hours and let the officers, it won't be my opinion then, or I won't be repeating their position, they'll contact you personally. Would you be willing to do that?
No.
What are you afraid of? That the officers will come from every department in this state and ask you to pull down your amendment?
And I'm not afraid of that. I just told you, I'm not here to bargain on my amendment, to wait around. I think I can go round up officers that would be in favor of the amendment, but that's not what we're here about.
I'd be willing to hear from them if you give us a couple hours to hear from those that are in favor.
Look,
I don't believe you can.
You can hear can hear from them all you want. The House passed this 133 to 10.
In all due respect,
yeah.
What difference does it matter what the House
Because
is?
I guess
I've spent 10
heard
years over there,
Yep.
and they're a fine group of representatives, but we're the Senate.
I understand.
I don't know what the circumstances were, but it really doesn't matter. The Senate has to make the ultimate decision. This is our opportunity to improve the bill, pass the bill, or defeat it, but your amendment is what we're talking about. And it really doesn't matter what the vote was. They may have voted that to try to kill the bill. I don't know the circumstances. And they may not have actually heard from the police officers. Do you know if the House heard from the police officers before they voted?
One would assume with 133 positive votes, nonpartisan, that they probably did.
You think they did? Did anybody even anticipate the amendment before they voted? I'm told by the police officers they couldn't believe their eyes or what they were hearing because it's going to endanger them.
John, I've got an answer for that question.
Beg pardon?
I have an answer for the question you're asking.
Actually, I think we had a House member that participated now in the Senate is what I'm being told. But I don't want to yield at this time because I'm going to try to get Senator Huffines to understand, is there anything that would get you to understand the concerns of the police officers? And you know what? Let me ask you another thing, because I respect you so much. Who told you that Cleet, Senator, who told you that Cleet supported your amendment? And would it matter to you significantly if, in fact, they're opposed to it? Because, you know, now we're getting to the credibility of our discussion, and I like you and respect you, but you surely were misinformed when Cleet said that they supported it. I know Senator West didn't tell you that. Cleet is opposed to your amendment, Senator. Would you like to hear from them and not use them as a source? They're very respectable combined law enforcement officers of Texas. Would you like to know that they're opposed to your amendment?
Well, it was representatives of Cleet. It was presented to me that are in agreement with the amendment.
Well, I just saw documentation, and I'll be glad to forward it to you, that Cleet, as an organization representing thousands of police officers, multiple police agencies are opposed to your amendment. And I think if that mattered to you 10 minutes ago, it should be significant now, should it not be?
I didn't say that it mattered that much. What matters is that we don't violate our citizens of Texas rights. And I still don't think you really understand the amendment, Dean. The amendment is specifically about solely stopping someone because they are carrying. Not if you can. The police
on the Capitol grounds, solely when you walk up Congress and enter the Capitol, no crime being committed. You don't think that the troopers should have the right to stop someone at the steps of the Capitol and say, "Excuse me, I notice your gun. Do you have a right, a license to carry that gun?" You don't think state troopers need to do that in this environment?
There would be no difference if you have a concealed handgun or an open handgun.
Of course it matters. The concealed, Senator, they don't see the firearm. That's the whole purpose in the concealed weapons statute. In fact, Jerry Patterson who passed it. I voted for it. The whole idea was to have it concealed so the bad guys would think all of us might have a concealed weapon. And it's worked very effectively. To open carry now is a major game changer. And I think we've already seen the vote is there to do open carry. But now you don't want law enforcement involved at all in the inspection of someone having a license or not in license.
And that's not true.
Well, let me just tell you, I don't know how much longer I can ask you questions, but I'm going to do it about as long as my bad back will allow me, because somebody's got to slow this down to where police officers can contact their senators. Those members that were going to support your amendment because they thought it would kill the bill need to be informed that the sponsor says it will not be taken out in conference, but it'll go straight to the governor. And one, for the first time since the Wild West 1880s, you'll be able to have an open carry. And number two, Senator, you're going to prohibit law enforcement from questioning someone about the validity or the legality of that person carrying an open carry.
That is not what the amendment says.
Well, I respectfully think you ought to look at your amendment. Now, a while ago, you didn't know that CLEAT was opposed to it, so I have to also be concerned about your accuracy about what your amendment really means. I think you could not only be just as wrong about your amendment as you were that the combined law enforcement officers of Texas are opposed to it.
I suspect, Senator, that they were probably opposed against this bill from the very beginning.
I think that's an accurate statement, too, because they're concerned about some of the concerns that I have as a gun owner about someone taking a person's exposed firearm away from them. See, I do not have, Senator, are you aware of my position? I am not that concerned about the person carrying the gun as I am someone taking that gun away from them, particularly in this building. Would you like to have a phone call from the executive director of CLEAT, since that's one of the resources that you referenced?
Nope. It's irrelevant to this amendment.
Irreverent? Irrelevant?
It doesn't matter about the amendment. That's not what we're...
So officers don't matter. Is that your position?
No, that's not the argument here. The discussion we're talking about is simply about not being harassed if you're exercising your Second Amendment. If the police suspect you of committing a crime, they can stop you and ask you if you have your CHL license.
Okay, so you're walking up Congress, you're approaching the Capitol, not committing a crime, but the state troopers would like to approach you and ask you, do you have a license? Of course, I guess one of my problems is, Senator, help me, you don't think you even need a license in the first place. Is that not true? So maybe my problem is I'm just not making a difference in my line of questioning because, one, you don't even think you need a license. You ought to be able to have a felony record or even have a history of mental illness and be able to do an open carry. Is that not your position?
That's not what we're talking about here, but your position is the same as if you should stop every vehicle driving down the road under the pretense, not violating any law, just the pretense you could be violating law.
When you're driving down the road, you need probable cause. We all understand that.
That's what this amendment's about.
Except we're not talking about driving down the road. We're talking about strapping a firearm on your side, that bullets that kill, and you don't want the law enforcement agencies to be able to question someone about their license, which they're going to be required. I know you don't like the license because you think the mentally disturbed individuals and the felons, someone coming out of prison ought to go ahead and get him a pistol and open carry, because that's your view of the Second Amendment, is it not?
No, it's incorrect.
You don't believe You don't believe in constitutional carry, which you had an amendment about 30 minutes ago?
That's not what we're talking about, but that's not what that's about. That's not what
I know, you pulled it down. I'm surprised. You're such a believer in the Second Amendment, such a purist. Why did you pull your amendment down earlier if you feel you don't need a license to carry a firearm in the state of Texas?
You know what? I appreciate your concern on that, Senator, but what we want to talk about and what I'm talking about right now is this amendment.
And that's why I'm spending the time to ask you about the concern. Senator Huffman did a great job. Actually, I believe came out of her committee. She knows of the concerns of law enforcement about the dangers if they're not allowed to ask someone about the legality of having a firearm on their side.
They can ask.
Sir?
They can ask if someone is carrying the firearm. If they suspect for any reason, a reasonable suspicion there could be a crime involved or about to be committed, same as they would always be able to do. This just clarifies the fact that you cannot solely stop and detain someone because they are carrying.
And who's going to determine that they...
The great judgment, the good judgment of our police. The same judgment they exercise on a daily basis in most circumstances and situations they find themselves in. Senator, there are 45 states that have open carry. 45.
And I've looked up most of them, and most of them have different versions than the one that we're about to pass. In fact, you like to use Pennsylvania. Have you looked up the Pennsylvania provisions for open carry?
I didn't use Pennsylvania.
Sir?
I have not.
Well, let me tell you about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's pretty practical. The state has open carry except the city of Philadelphia. And quite frankly, I think any proposed open carry in Texas should have been modeled after that state. If you want to carry open carry in West Texas or East Texas in the rural parts of this state, perhaps it makes some sense. I think it would be acceptable in those communities. I think we ought to be able to exempt or prevent major metropolitan areas like Houston from having open carry, because it's going to be a lot different in Houston than it is in Alpine near the Big Bend. So when you want to cite 45 states, have you looked at the variations of open carry? Are you familiar? One of the states that you can only have open carry if you're in your automobile, which might or might not be a good idea. But for you to stand there and say 45 states have open carry, you got to really go from state to state to see how much sense it makes. I promise you, the law enforcement that I'm representing on the floor come out of our large cities. Although CLEAT, the one you attempted to use, who now we know is opposed, represents small departments and large departments. But the people that sent me down here from a diverse population like Houston are scared to death of this and think that you will endanger not only the public, but the police officers. So do you really think saying 45 states have open carry is a good, accurate statement when we're looking at a very specific statute here on the Senate floor? Because now you know Pennsylvania has a different policy for an urban city like Philadelphia than they do rural Pennsylvania.
Yes.
The question was, do you think it matters what the other 45 states do? Because now you're finding out that they all have a little unique provision to address whether you're in Montana or downtown Philadelphia.
I'm sure that there are many states that have different variations of open carry. It's not about my amendment.
Could
That's
I
not
ask
what we're
you
talking
this?
about.
Let me ask you this, your amendment. Let's get back to your amendment.
Okay, good.
How many of the 45 states that you like to reference have an amendment like yours? Would you believe probably, I would almost guess none, but I don't shoot from the hip. I'd be willing to find out with you. Do you know?
No, I do not.
How many of the 45 states who have open carry have an amendment like yours, have language like yours?
I do not know.
Well, don't you think it would be interesting to find out?
No.
Would you find any of this interesting to find out?
I find that what you're suggesting, Senator, that the police should have this authority to violate
No.
a law-abiding Texan's right
No.
to stop them is the exact reasons why we need this amendment.
Now, my position is this, so we can be real clear. I've been here 32 years, actually 42 if you add the 10 in the House. I don't know of anyone that has been a greater voice for law enforcement. I've dealt with their pensions, I've dealt with their civil service. I've given, unfortunately, too many eulogies at fallen heroes' funerals. So I take this very serious. When my police department, CLEAT, that you referenced a while ago, when they tell me that this will endanger their officers' lives, I'm going to do everything I can to block your amendment. And I didn't come to work today to talk for hours. But members, it's time to slow down and realize what's at stake here. I understand the votes are present, Senator Huffines, to pass open carry. We did it, I think, 2 months ago. I was opposed to it, you remember. But I also, do you recall, I am a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. You remember that conversation? I voted for the CHL in '98. I've taken the course. I have plenty of guns, rifles and pistols. I'm not afraid of weapons. But I am concerned about open carry. I'm also mostly concerned about someone taking a gun away from someone who is licensed to do an open carry. So that's going to happen. But now, I have to rise and use the energy and my voice to represent police officers that tell me this will endanger their lives. Because there's going to be occasions where no crime is being committed, to our knowledge, but a police officer is going to have to ask someone or need to ask someone, maybe will you just move on, at a scene or something. Will you just move on? And somebody's going to have an open carry, and to protect that officer's life, he doesn't have time, Senator Huffines, to wait till a crime to be committed. To protect that officer's life, he needs to ask someone, are you a licensed carrier? It's just that plain and simple. Why I hope you understand your amendment is being opposed by law enforcement. I mean, do you get the scenario I just described for you? No crime is being committed.
You want me to answer the question?
An officer, Senator Huffines, what if he's at a car accident? A car accident. No.
Excuse me, Senator. I want quiet in this chamber. It's an important bill, an important issue. If you cannot be quiet, I will ask the Sergeant of Arms to ask you to be quiet. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members can talk on the floor, but please softly. But behind the rail, we will clear the area behind the rail if need be.
Senator Huffines, help me understand how a police officer would deal with this situation. Because it's a very real one. There's a car accident. Either the participants or the occupants of the car get out with a firearm strapped to their side. Let's just stop right there. You don't want the officer to ask them, do you have a right to have that pistol strapped to your side, a loaded .357 Magnum? They're in a car accident, the officer shows up, they get out, they're exchanging insurance information, and one of them has a pistol. For the officer's safety, Senator Huffines, do you not see the need that he needs to ask that officer, ma'am, do you have a right to carry that firearm on your side?
If he feels like his life is in jeopardy, he can ask.
He does not
If he
necessarily at
feels
that point feel it. He just needs to know
He's
who
gonna
all
get-
the players are.
He's going to exercise his judgment that he exercises every day in those situations. And I'm sure they're going to exercise it prudently and have confidence in the police to being able to handle the situation. Let me ask you, Dean, how many times do you want a policeman to stop somebody walking down the street with law-abiding Texan, exercising their right? How many times
Well,
should
today-
they be
today,
stopped?
Senator-
Listen, I'm asking you a quick
Well,
question.
I'll let you ask me questions. Normally I was asking, but you and I are such good friends. Go ahead and ask me a question.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. How many times should that law-abiding Texan walking down the street be asked?
Okay, can I answer it?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Under today's laws, I think anytime an officer sees someone with a pistol on their side, under today's laws, they ought to be able to approach them and ask them what's going on. You know that's in violation of the law. Now, the proposed law is going to allow that to be legal. You're just taking it a step further, that if an officer sees the need to protect himself, herself, or their colleagues, or the public, they're going to be able to inquire, excuse me, I would really like to know, do you have a license to carry that .357 that you've got strapped to your side? That's what we're talking about. The law enforcement officers across this state and the departments, the chiefs, the people that we're here to look out for, tell me, and they would tell you if you'd listen to them, that that's going to endanger their lives. If it was not for their word and my understanding of the difficulty of their job, I wouldn't be standing up here. When I drove over here this morning, did not know this was going to be a part of my activity today. And quite frankly, I was prepared to accept that you have the votes to pass open carry. I'm concerned, but elections matter, and the votes are here to pass open carry. But I thought our fine sponsor of this legislation, working with multiple members, had used good judgment to take the Dutton Amendment off. So now I've got to do everything I can to try to get everyone to realize, one, this isn't showbiz. It's not going to come off in conference. Your amendment's going to go on the bill, and the sponsor says it will then go to the governor's desk. So all the fears that the police officers told me about after Representative Dutton's amendment went on, now I'm looking straight in the face. And I'm going to spend as much time as I can to get you, one, to take this topic as serious as it is, and hopefully I would pray that you would let the police officers talk to you and let you know that they think it's going to cost police officers' lives. You know, let's assume I'm right and you're wrong. Let's assume the police officers are right and you're wrong. Do you really, and members, do you really want to cost some police officers their lives? Or perhaps constituents' lives? What if you're wrong, Senator Huffines? Do you ever doubt yourself about maybe the police officers know more about public safety than you do, and what's involved in their daily lives in the inner, the dark, dangerous parts of some of our large cities when they're out there by themselves? Do you ever worry about that? Did you ever question your amendment that in the dark streets in the mid-morning of Houston, Texas, an officer might need to just ask somebody walking down the street? No crime being committed, but at 3 in the morning, walking down a street in Houston, excuse me, do you have a license for that firearm? Or Dallas, do you ever worry about maybe that the officers know what they're talking about and you're going to cost one of them their lives?
I have complete confidence in the officers exercising their discretion.
Do you have confidence in their? Do you have confidence in their opinions that this is going to endanger them?
Do
you have confidence in their opinions that this is going to endanger them?
I have confidence that they'll exercise great discretion when they get presented certain situations.
Well, let me repeat where I was 30 minutes ago. Would you please consider pulling your amendment down, and we'll ask the leadership to allow the time for the police officers to talk to you? Because I have talked to them. When's the last time you talked to a police officer? When's the last time you spoke in live, person to person with a police officer about anything?
Well, it hasn't been this week, but I have visited with him. I'm not sure exactly the last time.
When's the last time you talked to a police officer in person about your amendment?
Not recently.
Well, don't you think, since we're spending so much time about how this will impact law enforcement and police officers, that maybe you should talk to them?
You know, this amendment, Senator, is about our Constitution. That's what we're talking about.
I'm sorry. I was listening to two individuals. What did you say?
I said this amendment's about our Constitution.
I know the Second Amendment. Yeah, I understand. But you know the Second Amendment does have some restrictions. Like, for instance, you can't have a machine gun. Are you familiar with that? I mean, the Second Amendment has some controls on it. Do you understand, Senator? You know, the Second Amendment does not allow us to, I mean, we actually have a lot of restrictions on the type firearms. You know, we're still not going to, even with the Second Amendment, not be able to carry a weapon in where alcoholic beverages are served. I mean, we do have some common sense safeguards to protect the public and to protect the children. Are you aware of that, Senator? So the Second Amendment doesn't say that you can't have some restrictions to protect law enforcement. You got it? I mean, do you understand that the Second Amendment does have some restrictions?
No, I don't necessarily agree. There's some court rulings on certain restrictions on the Second Amendment. That
let me do something out of courtesy to my colleagues. I understand a number of other members want to speak, and I look forward to hearing their comments. And I hope now we've gotten everyone's attention. This is a game changer, and as I've told you, I think your amendment does severe harm to public safety, certainly our law enforcement officers, and I will yield at this point and allow other members, pro and con, I assume, to discuss it. But what I hope I've accomplished, Senator Huffines, is one, if your amendment goes on, it will become the law.
I can assure you that is my intent.
And number two, I hope you know at least the hundreds of law enforcement agencies that make up CLEAT is opposed to it. Most police officers, most police chiefs are opposed to it because they think it will endanger their life. And I will, Mr. President, yield at this time, but I plan to come back and speak as long and hard as I can against the bill and this amendment if it goes on.
Senator,
Huffines, I hope one last question. Senator Huffines, in closing, I wish you would arrange the opportunity for law enforcement, police chiefs, rank and file, men and women that put their lives on the line every day for you to hear their opinion before this bill is voted on. And I would actually work with you to get the leadership to give us a couple hours to hear from law enforcement. I hope you'll take that under advisement.
Senator Whitmire yields the floor. Senator West, for what purpose?
ask the author of the amendment a few questions.
Senator West, you're recognized, and we do have a lot of members to speak. You're recognized.
Can I take as long as
You can take as long as you wish. You're the senator.
Thank you, sir. Senator Huffines,
Yes, I yield for the question.
do you consider yourself anti-law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Do you consider this amendment anti-law enforcement?
No, I do not.
What do you consider this amendment?
I consider this amendment specifically clarifying the situation they could find themselves in, not knowing when or the exact reasons they're going to stop or detain someone. And this amendment gives clarifications that solely because someone is carrying openly, they cannot be detained.
Well, unless somebody, and let me say this. You may or may not know that I used to be an assistant district attorney in Dallas. You may or may not know that. You may or may not know that I used to be a chief felony prosecutor in the district.
Excuse me, Senator. Can we please have quiet?
You may or may not know that I used to be an assistant district attorney in Dallas County. You may or may not know that I used to be a chief felony prosecutor in Dallas County. You may or may not know that I ran for district attorney in Dallas County, and that I have on occasions practiced criminal law in the state of Texas and served on the Criminal Justice Committee. You may or may not know that. Do you know that, sir?
I didn't know all the details, but I find that fascinating.
Okay, so as part of this debate, I want to make certain that the members understand and appreciate the experiences that I've had. Just because a person lives in a particular community doesn't mean that that person should be automatically stopped by a law enforcement official. Do you agree or disagree?
Of course.
Will you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Okay, all
yes,
right.
yeah.
Get that straight.
Of course.
All right.
I agree.
Now, I was part of the discussion. I was playing your legal counsel on the discussion between you and Dean Whitmire. Let's talk about what a police officer does and doesn't do. I can't tell you that I can be in the shoes of the police officers that were in Waco. I think that what they had to do in that situation is to, number one, allow their training to kick in and respond based on the situation that was in front of them at the time. And that's what police officers normally do. When they have specific articulable facts and circumstances to reasonably believe that a crime is being committed. So, if you have a situation where a police officer sees someone with a firearm and they believe that a crime is about to be committed or is being committed, in those instances, they would be able to stop the person, correct?
Yes.
So just because a person's walking down the street and a police officer says, well, they may be getting ready to jaywalk, do you think that that's reason to stop someone?
No.
And so members, when we think about this particular, regardless of how I feel about the bill, this makes common sense. Officers should not be put in a situation that just because someone has assuming this becomes a law, has an open carry, that they should be able to just stop them, regardless of the color of their skin, their gender, or what part of the city they live in. They should be able to just stop them. Secondly, when we think about the bill itself, my desk mate, my friend for a long time, talks about CLEAT. Senator, you may or may not be aware that CLEAT was against this bill. And other law enforcement also was against this bill. And so when we talk about not putting police officers' life in harm's way, the very law enforcement agency or association, Senator, that we're pointing to was against the bill. Basically saying that the bill, Senator, Dean, may very well put their lives in harm's way. Okay? So, I mean, let's make certain that we put all the cards on the table. You agree with that, don't you, Senator?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I'm not going to go on because I know there's others that want to speak on this bill, but it's amazing the coalition that has come together on this particular amendment of yours, and I'm supportive of it also.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator West.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Van Taylor, and Senator Lucio and Senator Hall. Senator Lucio, Senator Hall, if you can move your discussion to another area of the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping the author of the bill, Senator Estes, could just answer a question that would help clarify my mind. I think the mind of a lot of
Do you
people.
yield?
Happy to yield.
Senator Huffines, do you yield to Senator Estes?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Estes, I just want to be clear about the law. Whether or not this amendment goes on, it is my understanding that someone who is doing something that requires a license, that police may not stop them to verify that they have a license. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Senator, I'm advised that that is settled constitutional law.
Okay, so the law of the land, the law of America, if someone is doing something that requires a license, a police officer cannot stop that person and say, I want to see your license, whether it's driving a motorcycle or a commercial vehicle or a car or whatever that activity may be.
Unless they have reasonable suspicion.
Okay, so reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed, correct?
That's correct.
And so openly carrying a handgun, they see someone, does not constitute probable cause.
If this law is enacted.
Right, if this law is enacted.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So I think there was some confusion as I've heard different people discuss this, but whether or not, if this amendment goes on, if it doesn't go on, settled case law, federal law, for all the country is what you and I have just discussed.
That's correct. And let me explain, when I said that did not want this amendment to go on and I would resist it, I talked about confusion. Let me explain the confusion I'm talking about. If we put this in statute, then it gives the chance for judges to interpret what these words say. We all know judges can interpret things where we think they've got the right interpretation, where we've seen cases where we think they've got the wrong interpretation. So it's unnecessary and it adds to confusion. But I think during my layout, I'll just read this. I had scratched it out just in the reason for time. I wanted to be, conscious of our time here. But since we're taking a long time working on this, let me read it. And this is what was in my talking points. While I have no problem with adding the Dutton Amendment back into the bill, I fear that it would erode support for the bill in this body. That may turn out to not be true, but I would prefer that we not do it. But with Representative Dutton's amendment on or off of this bill, this is still a good bill. It just adds an element of confusion, or could add an element of confusion in the judge's interpretation of this statute. So I think everybody, if I may just say, kind of chill a little bit here, okay? I will be telling you as everybody gets a chance to talk as long as they want, I will be on this amendment when we get to it, after everyone's had their say, be saying that I'm going to leave this to the will of the body and I will be voting no. If it goes on, I will continue to advocate for this bill. So, any more questions?
Thank you, Senator Estes. Mr. President, for legislative intent, may
Yes.
I ask assent of my colleagues that the exchange that says take place between myself and Senator Estes be placed in the journal?
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Senator Ellis, for what purpose?
A couple of questions to Senator Huffines.
Do you yield, Senator Huffines?
Yes, I yield for the question.
Senator, this has been a very interesting exchange, and it's gone on for so long I've almost forgotten what your amendment said, so I'm going to read it instead of asking you to read it. It says a peace officer may not make an investigatory stop or other temporary detention to inquire as to a person's possession of a handgun license solely. I want to make sure that word sinks in. Solely because the person is carrying, the person is carrying in a shoulder or belt holster a partially or wholly visible handgun. Is that what your language says?
Yes, Senator, that's exactly what it says.
Well, Senator, I want to associate myself with the comments made by my lawyer, former prosecutor, should have been DA of Dallas County, Senator West, because I think he laid it out from a lawyer's perspective very clearly. The comment was made earlier that if this language was added, Senator Huffines, to your bill, somehow it would kill the bill. I think maybe the comment was made to give the impression that some of us, like me maybe, who are going to support it somehow think that it'll kill the bill. Do you think that this will kill your bill?
No.
Senator Estes' bill. Do you think it would
It's
kill
not
his
my
bill?
Yes, Senator Estes' bill. No, I do not.
Okay.
Think it'll
Because
kill
it
the
did
bill.
pass the House by overwhelming margin.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's important to note, do you have a sense of how early on in the process the gun bills were heard? You do recall it was pretty early, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just think that's important to note because I think it was clear because of a strong election mandate and commitments that you, Senator Estes, the presiding officer, many others made, that the gun bills were going to pass. Is it your impression that I count pretty good? You think I can count? I may not know a lot of things, but you do think I can count?
I think you're a good counter.
Okay. Well, I can assure you, I think I am as well. And in my mind, it's been clear from the beginning of this session that we would give Texans more access to guns. That's just reality one-on-one. Whether I agree with it or not is going to happen. You do know I'm against Senator Estes' bill, the bill in and of itself, right?
I do know that, unfortunately.
Okay, and I want to stress that, which is why I don't want to tie up a lot of time, but I made the comment earlier. You and I have come to the same conclusion about your amendment for totally different reasons. If I thought that after a prolonged discussion on your amendment, that I could get up and have a prolonged discussion to kill my desk mate's bill, I would do it. In fact, if there is a long discussion on your amendment and I see a window, I would get up. Make no bones about that. If I could kill my distinguished colleague's bill, I would do that. This amendment will not do that. It's going to be accepted by the House. I think it'll be signed by the governor. For me, the simple issue is, in my mind, it's not politics. In my mind, I think if somebody is going to be profiled over walking around the streets of Houston or Austin with a gun, in my mind, I may be out of my mind, but in my mind, I think somebody that looks like me is more apt to get stopped than somebody who looks like you. Now, and I think most reasonable people think that as well. If not, I guess they haven't been to Baltimore, or they haven't been to Long Island, or they haven't watched the news about Ferguson and other places in this country. So it's for that reason, my concern, my fear, I don't think is unfounded, but my fear that certain groups of people may be profiled because we have not yet overcome in this country. We may get there. So if they have some reason other than solely because the person is carrying in a shoulder or belt holster a partially or wholly visible handgun, they can stop them, they can ask questions, they can do the very important and noble things that law enforcement people have to do every day, but not, Senator, solely because that person is carrying in a shoulder, or belt holster, or partially or wholly visible handgun. Now, here's my question. Do you think that's a reasonable position for a guy who may not count that well, but has made it 61 years and traveled a good part of America and this world? Is that a reasonable position for me to take?
I think it's a very reasonable position, and I do not think your fears are unfounded. Your fears are accurate.
Thank you.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for what purpose?
Ask the author of the amendment some questions.
Do you yield, Senator?
I yield for the question.
Senator, if your amendment does not take, are you still going to vote for Senator Estes' bill?
Yes.
So you think his is a good bill without your amendment?
I think my amendment makes the bill better.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think, I think you supported constitutional carry?
Yes.
Okay, so you do not believe that a person should have a license to carry, that they have the right to carry it without a license? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, do you also believe that a convicted felon should be allowed to walk around with a pistol on his side?
The only people that would have the right to have non-permitted carry are law-abiding Texans, the same Texans that have the right to have a CHL.
So you do not believe that a convicted felon should have a pistol on his side?
If he has a right to have a CHL, then he has a right to carry it. That's not what we're talking about here.
But you believe in constitutional carry where you don't have to have a license and you can be a convicted felon.
No, that's not what the law is about.
You said you were for constitutional carry.
I am, but constitutional carry, that's not what this amendment has anything to do with.
It has a lot to do with this amendment.
Okay, well then let's discuss it. Constitutional carry is about law-abiding Texans. If you have the ability to get a CHL, then you're going to have the ability to carry the permit.
Doesn't require a CHL.
Pardon me?
Constitutional carry does not require a CHL.
It's the same.
It allows anybody to carry a pistol.
That's not what it says. You just read my bill. Read the bill. That's not what it says. It's specifically. Okay. Let me tell you. Well, you want to talk about it. Constitutional carry does not
have any training whatsoever or safety training.
That is correct. Let me finish your. Constitutional carry does not change who can buy the gun, where you can carry the gun, and it does not change where you can carry, who can buy it, and who can possess it.
Okay, so you just admitted you do not think they have to have any safety training to carry a gun? I think you just said that.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. And they can be a convicted felon, and regardless of age, 15, 16, 17.
No, I didn't know they could be a convicted felon. If they can legally...
Well, in a constitutional carry, basically everybody has the right to carry a gun.
That is not the case, Senator.
All right. Do you think that people should have to have a background check?
If they can legally possess...
Now, how do you know if they're legally can if you don't do a background check?
Yeah. Well, let's get to the amendment here.
I am talking about this amendment.
Okay, which part of the amendment are you talking about?
The part about the checking. Because if you do not have a way of verification, you have no need for a license or a CHL. So I'm asking you some questions. Okay. I asked you the question, do you believe that they should have a background check? You said no. I asked you if you believe a convicted felon should have a license. You said no, they shouldn't. But how would you know if you don't do a criminal background check?
Well,
I'd like to know that. I live in a small town. I have more churches and gas stations. When people go to Walmart and there's 30 people with sidearms, how do you know who has a license and who doesn't? I'm really curious.
Well,
so how would you know?
I'm going to bring you back to the amendment.
How do you know?
Okay. That
you're basically saying you can't check. This says you cannot check. You cannot check. No. There's no way to know whether you have a license. I've got 20 people in Walmart with a pistol. How do you know which ones has a license?
How many times do you think a police officer should check? That man walking down the street.
I think that it would
how many times do you think would be reasonable?
I think it would be bad for the policeman to harass. I think the policeman or officer or sheriff's deputy
should not discriminate on that check based on race, age, and sex and those kind of things. But I think that a policeman should be able to check. You're saying you do not think they should be able to check.
Not if it's solely because.
So you're saying that you do not think they should be able to check. You're saying you do not think they should have to have a background check. And if you don't have a background check, you do not know if they're a convicted felon. That's basically what you're doing here.
No, it's not.
Yes, sir, it is.
What I'm doing here is making sure.
I will tell you, I do not like your amendment. I will be voting no on your amendment.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Senator Larry Taylor. For what purpose?
I'd like to ask the author of the amendment a question.
Senator Huff-Hines, do you yield?
Yeah.
Senator Huff-Hines, do you yield?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I thank you, Senator Huff-Hines. And you know, here in the legislature, a lot of time we have to be concerned about, you know, we have a good intention, but sometimes the way the bill is passed, we end up with some unintended consequences. So I think I have a real life scenario that's very close to us. Currently, a CHL concealed handgun license holder who comes to the Capitol, who's had their background checked and has all the safety training. These are the law-abiding citizens that we're talking about. When they come to the Capitol, they can go through the short line and show their CHL, and they get in quite quickly. So I guess the scenario I think that's very close to us, if we have a person who really does intend harm, and they come to the Capitol, and they're open carrying, they go through the regular line, they don't go through the CHL line, and they walk through the metal detector, and the metal detector goes off. What happens at that point if this amendment goes on?
Well, the police would be able to do whatever they need to do.
What do they need to do at that point?
Check him to see if he's got the CHL license. Or
But that person at that point is not doing anything illegal. There's nothing unlawful about coming to the Capitol. But this person really, in their mind, has an intent of doing evil, but an officer can't tell that by looking at them. But now they've gone through the metal detector. The gun is clearly visible. When it goes off, he turns around, and the officer can see he's got a gun on his belt. Can the officer, if this amendment goes on, ask to see his concealed handgun license? And believe me, I'm a CHL person. I'm a gun guy. But I'm just trying to how does this work?
Yes, I would say yes to your question. Because the officer needs to use his discretion to make sure that he's going to prevent the crime. Let me just point out a little question here, is that this isn't unprecedented. I mean, the courts have ruled around different appellate court cases that you cannot solely stop a CHL holder because of a suspicion of a crime he didn't commit. I mean, this amendment really does clarify it so that we don't get in a lot of litigation. I mean, you can't go violating people's Fourth Amendment rights. You can't go around solely stopping them for exercising something they've got a permit to do, a law-abiding citizen. It's no different, Senator, than if they can't go stop you driving your vehicle down the road unless they suspect a crime. Police are very good at having judgment and very good at assessing the situation.
So based on this person's appearance, you're saying that the metal detector goes off, that they'll have to make an assessment at that point as whether that person has any intention to do harm based on how their countenance looks or whatever. I'm just concerned. I mean, here at the Capitol, should we just go ahead and take the metal detectors down? Because at this point, can the metal detector serve any purpose? Because I'm just reading the wording, and it says a peace officer may not make an investigatory stop or other temporary detention to inquire as to a person's possession of a handgun license solely because the person is carrying in a shoulder belt holster. So he walks through the regular line, the metal detector goes off, and it's very clearly he's open carrying. Does the DPS trooper at that point have the ability, if this amendment goes on, solely based on that,
Yes.
to ask the question, do you have a license?
Yes.
And under what premise would he have that?
Because he didn't declare the license. The policeman would have a variety of reasons probably to ask him that.
Do you have to declare a license to come to the Capitol?
Yeah,
if you
you're
have a
supposed to
CHL?
go. Yes, you're supposed
You
to
don't
go.
have to go through that line.
You can go through the.
You don't
metal
have to go
detector.
through that line. I don't believe you do. There's a sign that says you must go through that line.
Yeah, CHL holders are supposed to present their license as they come in and they go around the line.
But if they
could
choose
go
not
through
to
the-
go through
okay,
that
yeah.
line,
I'm not exactly sure of the.
if
of
they
the
choose
rules and
not to go
regulations.
through that line, and the metal detector goes off, does the officer have a right to ask to see their CHL?
I would think so.
I'm just wondering, is there an amendment? I mean, I hear heightened security, those types of things. Is there maybe an amendment that we need to put on there that says something to the effect that in areas of heightened security where metal detectors are present, that they can indeed ask in that case? So I'm just concerned that you may, by passing this, the unintended consequence may be that we don't allow metal detectors. And so, I mean, I've got the Biohazard 4 Containment Lab down in Galveston as part of UTMB, where they're doing all kind of very high-level infectious disease studies and those types of things. And they have a metal detector there, and they have officers there, because this is a federal lab, and they have to have the highest of security. And so they have officers there so people can come to that facility with open carry and walk through. And they don't have a CHL line. They just have a metal detector. So if that person comes in through that line, it goes off, they turn around and there's other facilities. I mean, a federal thing may have their own laws, and I'm just trying to find for the unintended consequence. So maybe there's an amendment to your amendment that we might need to put on that says something to the effect where there's a heightened security risk or something along those lines, to make it where we don't have the unintended consequence.
Well, good point, Senator. I would tell you this, that I think the law and the amendment speaks for itself when it says solely. So if they have other concerns, if the metal detector operator had other concerns, if he says that, this person could pose a risk to the area they're entering, then he has a right to ask for the license. If an officer has concern or suspicion of anything, he has a right to do whatever he needs to do to secure the situation, to ask for the license. So this isn't just that's what it's about. It's simply saying solely. So entering into a room with a metal detector or a building would be a good premise that he's trying to secure the situation. You have a right to ask.
Would you be willing to help me work on an amendment to make sure that's clear in this law?
I think it's pretty clear. I don't know how you can make it clearer than when you say solely. I mean,
I think you got some legal help coming.
with due respect, Senator, I appreciate your question. I do feel like the amendment speaks for itself when it says solely. It's clear that it's solely about someone carrying. If the police have any reason to suspect or feel like their life or anyone else's life might be in danger, they would have the right to ask. They would be treated the same way as if you have any CHL.
If the sole reason why the medical detector goes off is because they're carrying a gun, would that allow them to ask any more questions beyond?
It would definitely depend on the judgment.
I'm sorry?
It definitely depends on the judgment of the officer of the situation. If he feels like that he needs to ask, he can ask.
But what other judgment would it cause them to do that? If they're dressed nicely, they've got a nice countenance on their face, they don't look like they're getting ready to go do a crime. I don't know if you've seen some of the people who have done some of these mass murders. I mean, for example, Whitman in the UT Tower, if you saw a picture of him, he didn't look deranged to anyone just look at him. I've seen the pictures of him. I was a young child at the time, but had a crew cut. I think it looked like his guy out of the Army. But he shot I don't know how many people from the UT Tower. So I'm concerned if you're in a situation like that where you have in your words, a more highly secure area that they can't even so much as ask based on this amendment.
No, if they feel like a crime's going to be committed or suspecting that a crime could be committed, they could ask.
But how do you do that?
It's the judgment of the officer, the same judgments they make every day on a lot of situations.
Well, back to I think y'all were talking about earlier, the guy getting ready to jaywalk or something. How does an officer know someone's about to do a crime before they've actually done it? I'm just trying to follow that's incredible judgment. That's almost like some kind of being able to see the future. I'm not following that.
No, that's why we have in our Constitution, you can't unreasonably stop and seize somebody.
But we have our Constitution, but we have metal detectors today. So how do we make these two work together? Because that's always been, I don't think anyone's ever said metal detectors are unconstitutional to walk through to go into a secure environment. Royce, you going to come over and help me too, or are we just going to...
I'm trying to hear him do that. I'm trying to hear everything.
Can I have some help here? Is there an extra lawyer on the floor?
Royce, yeah, I'm going to yell. Royce is a good lawyer. What was the question again? I'm sorry, Senator.
The idea that we have the Constitution today.
Yes.
And metal detectors are obviously searching people as they go through for particular items. I don't think anyone's ever rules a metal detector is unconstitutional. So they're used at place where we require higher security, heightened security. They have these. So I'm just trying to figure out, having an officer be able to ask in an area of heightened security, do you have a license to carry that gun? Why that would be such a bad thing to put on this amendment.
I just don't think it's necessary. I really don't, because in a heightened security area, there's a reason to check. The reason to check is that it's a heightened security. So the officer would have a reasonable reason to ask you if you have a license.
Okay.
If you're in a crime scene, an officer has a reasonable request to say, "Hey, you got a license for that." I mean, they can say that if they think a crime's going to is
well, in that case, a crime's already happened. I'm concerned about
order in the chamber, please.
I'm concerned about. Let's go back to the Capitol scenario again. Someone who intends to do harm walks through a non-metal detector because we don't have one anymore. They could do a lot of harm in a very short amount of time, and it'll be easy enough to catch the criminal at that point. But meanwhile, a number of people have been harmed because someone who shouldn't have had a gun was able to walk straight in here and do either one person or a number of people harm. And that bothers me. And I'm a gun person. I mean, I hunt, I have my CHL, I do all those things, but I don't want some people who don't qualify to carry a gun. For example, we've heard about the felons. I've worked on the health committee for a number of years. And I don't know if you've seen the numbers of mental health patients and how that number is growing in Texas. And I don't think those people should be carrying concealed, open, whatever. And that's why we have laws that you have background checks to make sure that they don't get a gun, because that's unsafe for everyone. And I think we can agree on that. I know you're not trying to say that.
Okay.
But the same person like that could be the one who walks into this Capitol and can't be asked about whether or not they've had that background check, and they could do a lot of harm. I could tell you many times I sat on the House floor, and frankly, last session on this chamber, when we had some pretty heated arguments going, and I must say, I feel somewhat like a fish in a barrel down here. And before we had metal detectors, there were times it was pretty scary. So for me, it gave me some satisfaction when we did finally install some metal detectors, because I've seen some pretty scary folks sit in that gallery, and they were very angry about what we were doing. And metal detectors, it was a scary place, in my view. So I just, in areas of heightened security, I think we ought to consider putting an amendment on here that allows them to ask a question, not just solely because they're carrying a gun, but because they're in an area of heightened security. So if you could just add that on there, I think you would help ease my concerns a lot.
I understand. I do want to point out if there's probable cause, and if someone's going through a metal detector, and there's always going to be probable cause in a heightened security area to ask for the CHL license. You see what I'm saying? I mean, in other words, if you've got a reason, say that to ask, you can ask, but you can't ask if you don't have a reason.
Well, what if I'm an obstinate open carry person, and you so much as ask me, say you can't ask me that? Why are you asking me that question?
Well,
because
they could ask,
under the Huffines Amendment, as passed on House Bill 910, you can't ask me that question. And the officer says, I guess you're right.
it's just, the same thing would happen without the amendment, because you're going to get in litigation if somebody is getting stopped solely because they're carrying and not for any other suspicious activity, whether it's a heightened security area or they want to see going into a ball game. You can't carry a CHL into certain areas, churches and courtrooms and things of that nature. Well, this would be the same. You can stop and check on that. I mean, this isn't about giving anyone any more permission to do anything they don't currently have. It's not about expanding the rights of a CHL holder in any way. It's simply about stating that the police can stop you for.
Okay. Now, Senator, I think I've been asked to kind of stand down because we're going to take a break, if that's correct. And so you and I can talk about this offline.
Sure, be happy to.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Estes, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to postpone consideration of Committee Substitute House Bill 910, time certain, 6 p.m. That will give a chance for committees to meet on important business, and then we can come back to all this fun.
Members, is there objection to postponement till 6 p.m. time certain? There's no objection. Members, Chair lays out as a matter of postponed business. Committee substitute for House Bill 910. We're on floor amendment number 9 by Huff-Hines. Does anyone else have any other questions to speak on the amendment or to ask the author of the amendment any questions?
President.
I know Senator Whitmire has asked to speak. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. President.
Senator Estes.
I was sensing that the body has talked about this long enough, but I might be wrong. I'm just kind of getting the sense of what the body is saying to me here.
I want to be sure that anyone else who wants to speak for or against the amendment has an opportunity.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
To parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are you asking about the Huff-Hines amendment?
Yes. That's where we
stopped.
That's
where we left off. Yes, I would like to talk.
Okay. Are you asking a question?
I am.
To Senator Huff-Hines. Senator Huff-Hines on the floor? Okay, one moment. Senator Huff-Hines, Senator Menendez has asked if you would yield for a question.
Yes, could I make a quick statement before that? Just a second.
Yes. Hold on, Senator. Members and everyone outside the rail. We want to be able to hear all senators speak, so I would really ask that we be at order. If you're a House member, you're always welcome here, but please cease the conversations while we go through this debate. We've been on this amendment for about 3 hours. It's an important amendment. It's an important issue. I want to be sure all senators are heard and respected. So, Senator Huffines, you have the floor. You want to make a statement before yielding to him.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. And this quick statement, members, earlier in this debate today on this amendment, I represented that CLEAT supports this amendment. And a note was passed to me in the heat of the debate, and that's the note I read to make that statement. And while the Senate was in recess, I had a meeting with CLEAT leadership, and they assured me that CLEAT does not support the amendment, and they, of course, don't support the open carry legislation either. I apologize for this misrepresentation, even though I sincerely, respectfully disagree with their position. But members, this does not affect the merits of my amendment, and I reiterate what my amendment does. And my amendment provides that a peace officer shall not detain a person solely because they're exercising their Second Amendment. Yes, I yield for the question.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Huffines. I was reading your amendment, and I've read it several times to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And Senator Huffines, I had a conversation when we broke with some law enforcement officers about your amendment, and I asked for scenarios where your amendment could be problematic. And there was a scenario where they asked, well, there are times where law enforcement is called by someone who may be home by themselves and said, there's a strange person walking around in front of our house, and they keep going back and forth. And so the question that they had was, if they get a call about a strange person or suspicious behavior, that the person may be carrying a gun, but they haven't broken any laws. So when the police officer arrives, if your amendment goes on, according to what I have read, they can't ask if they have a license to carry. So
no, I appreciate the question,
Sure.
Senator, but that is not what the amendment says. The amendment says the only reason they couldn't be stopped is if the sole reason. And so if they're acting suspicious, they are welcome to be questioned and stopped.
Well, and you know, I did ask that. And so here was the other question that came up. Here's the other concern that some in law enforcement have, because I obviously can't speak for all. The question was, well, what if we stop someone for something else, but then they claim that we stopped them, just asked them whether or not they had a license, and they file some claim or some issue against us for stopping them, and saying that we did it solely because we were looking to see if they had a license to carry. Because, you know, having this amendment is going to cause a serious distinction, a problem, an issue where they're going to not know, you know, they're going to feel, I think, at times that they can't ask that, but was there probable cause or wasn't there probable? It almost feels as if you're creating a source of a claim, potential claim against them.
No, that's not what the amendment does at all. It clearly states that they can't be stopped solely because they're exercising their Second Amendment rights. And they're acting in suspicious behavior, if it's a suspicious circumstances, they're welcome to be questioned. They're welcome to be interrogated for those issues.
Senator Huffines, and I respect your belief, and I believe that you believe exactly what you're saying, and I don't dispute what you're saying, but what I guess the question or the issue, the problem that we're going to have is the definition or the interpretation of the word solely in each and every situation. Because what you're saying is that if that's the only reason that they asked them for their license, then they can't stop them. So then the question comes up when the law enforcement says, no, I stopped you for XYZ, but then I asked you about your license. I mean, I think that having this amendment in the bill becomes problematic for the enforcement of the law. And so I have an amendment that may actually resolve the situation. If your amendment does get on the bill, I have an amendment that would simply require that an image of the license be somewhere on the holster. Then there would be absolutely no reason to ask. It would be visible. Did you know, I don't know if you know this, a detective, law enforcement, may not carry their gun on their hand without their badge somewhere visible? Did you know that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. They were informing me that they're not allowed to carry their gun without their badge being somewhere visible. So if it's good enough, or if it's something that we require of law enforcement so that they can detect and tell who they are, why wouldn't we want to do that so that our citizens and our law enforcement officers could know that the person carrying the sidearm on their hip or their shoulder is someone who has met all of the legal requirements that this state requires? Because what the other, the concern is if we have your amendment, then it becomes free, open game, open season, if you will, pardon the pun, for anyone who wants to carry a gun, knowing that they cannot be asked that they have, if they have a license or not. Anybody can do it. So why even apply for a license?
They'd be breaking the law.
They would be breaking the law, but they wouldn't be able to be asked if they were breaking the law, would they?
No, that's not the case. It's no different, Senator, than if you're driving your car, right? And the police don't have because we have a Constitution. And they don't just pull you over because they want to pull you over. There needs to be a probable cause. And it's no different than that. This amendment should not be this complicated. It should not be controversial. This is a bipartisan issue. We have a Constitution. And this just simply states what's already been codified. It doesn't give any more authority to open carry. It doesn't give any more ability to worm your way around guns, open carry or CHL. It simply states and clarifies what we have in our Constitution.
Senator Huffines, I appreciate and I believe that you believe what you're telling me, but I still feel that there will be times where there's going to be a lack of clarity and it's going to create some consternation. And I think the example that Senator Taylor brought up about when you're having someone come through our security and they don't go through the CHL license, but they come through the metal detector and the gun is there, at that point, if your bill says they may not ask solely for the purposes, my interpretation is that they can't ask you if you have a license. You can come in with the gun.
No, that's not correct.
Well, tell me how it's not correct.
Because you're entering in a secure area, and the specific reason for the gun, for the metal detector, is to check for the gun. That's why.
Check for the gun.
And
but
to
they
check
haven't done
to see
anything wrong.
if you have permission to carry the gun. That's
Wait,
that's
so you're saying that they'll have to ask if you have permission to carry the gun?
Is that if you have a CHL,
right,
they'll ask to see the CHL.
But your amendment says they can't.
No, that is, if they have probable cause, for any reason, they have probable cause besides the fact that you're just exercising your Second Amendment.
But I guess, and I'm listening to former judge, our colleague, and lawyer, who's asking me saying to me that walking in the building is not probable cause. They're just walking in.
If you walk.
So Senator Huffines, you're familiar with the game wardens. Yesterday we had the whole South Gallery was full of retired game wardens. You're familiar with them, correct?
Yes.
My whole life I've been hunting and fishing since I was 4, and you know that the game warden can come up to you and just ask you for your hunting license, correct? You're aware of that?
If you're surely if you're participating in the hunting activity.
Well, if you're out in the boat, there's no probable cause for that. If you're on a boat in a lake, on a waterway, the game warden can stop your boat and come aboard and check for licenses. And were you aware of that?
If you're participating in the activity that required the license, maybe that's true.
It is. And you have a gun there. And so, see, I just think that however well-intentioned your amendment may be, it just creates problems. And that's why I have a concern with your amendment going on the bill. But I appreciate your taking my questions. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
certainly,
Mr. President.
Senator. Appreciate your questions.
I have no other questions. Senator Whitmire, did you decide to speak or not to speak? Otherwise, I'm going to move passage.
I'd like to speak against the amendment, Mr. President.
All right. You are recognized to speak on the amendment, in opposition to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, members. Just a couple of housekeeping matters before I get to the substance. Senator Huffines, I want you to know I would never question your integrity. I know for a fact you thought Cleet had endorsed it. So anyone that's challenged you on your misinformation, it didn't come from my corner. You're an honorable member of this body, and I know someone gave you that information, and you had every right to use it at that time, and you're an honorable man to stand up and correct that bit of testimony. Members, if you recall, a few hours ago I stood up and said that I was opposed to the piece of legislation, but I also had reconciled myself to it had the votes to pass, and I would have probably been a quiet no, or certainly made my record clear. But I think it's important, if I could take your time, to go back in time and first establish that I'm not anti-gun. I don't know how many of you know I grew up in Hill County for a major part of my life, 3 miles off a paved road. First gun I fired at 12. You had to really want to fire it because it was a single barrel 12-gauge shotgun that would just about knock a 12-year-old down. So I had to want to hunt and fire that old shotgun really bad. That was the beginning, assuming you don't count the BB guns that I had before that. My house burned down when I was 6, greater in the country. I was in Waco. My father had picked me up on visitation. My family had divorced at 7. My mother remarried, so we went to Hill County, and my father had picked me up for visitation. We went into Waco to a Baylor football game, Senator Birdwell, and we drove up in the driveway, and there was nothing but a chimney left there on Sunday morning. They took us into town, opened the dry goods store, and got me 2 of everything, 2 socks, 2 underwear, 2 shirts, 2 jeans, and we lived in a one-room shack in Whitney till they could move another house on that piece of property. I tell you all that to let you know my understanding of guns. My 6th grade class of 30 kids in Whitney collected $13 to help us replace my lost goods, and you can guess what I went and bought: a BB gun. And my mother never got over it. So I can sit here and establish my credentials. I was here and voted for Jerry Patterson's CHL. I remember all the scare tactics and the concerns, legitimate, that road rage and shootouts would take place, and you and I know that hasn't been the case. Fast forward, as I said when we debated it originally, up until session 4 last, I got A+ with NRA. They did mailers for me. I don't think guns are necessarily bad if responsible people have them and use them responsibly for sports, protection, Second Amendment. But I did have a difficulty with campus carry because of the incidents around the country, and of course I lost that A+ rating. Fast forward, I am concerned about open carry in general. I'm concerned about this building in particular, I'm concerned about in our communities, not necessarily from the persons that have the license, because they have taken the course, but it's someone that's upset or has bad intentions can very easily grab that gun from an open carry person when they're not observing and do serious harm. So if you'd have told me when I was driving to work this morning that I was going to participate as actively in this debate as I am, I'd have said, you're crazy, because it was the last thing I envisioned. But as I said in our question and answer, when your amendment came up, I have a duty to represent my district, the state, and certainly the voices of law enforcement throughout the state, which I have really heard from in the last couple of hours, that I'm going to cite you a couple of their concerns. First of all, their real concern is, Senator Huffines, and I guess you're to be recognized for this, because you had constitutional carry and you pulled it down before we voted. More than one law enforcement, sheriffs have called me this afternoon and said, this is nothing but a backhanded way to accomplish constitutional carry. And I think each and every one of us needs to recognize that. Senator Estes, I think during the break I heard you say this is a mountain. We're making a mountain out over a molehill. Not in the eyes of the people that have to protect us on a daily basis. And I know the majority of this body was not for constitutional carry, but if we'll slow down and see the real impact of not being able to ask anyone with an open carry firearm, essentially we're at constitutional carry, and it will allow convicted felons, perhaps even a parolee, mentally disturbed individuals to have that firearm without any questions whatsoever. So you won't know if they have a license or not. That was a major point that a Sheriff Association member told me during the break. Also, they pointed out, and I want us all to realize, essentially, for 20 years, concealed weapons have worked, licensed concealed weapons, which allowed officers to ask you if you have a concealed weapon. And I really think this is profound, members, as we take this possible giant step of not allowing law enforcement to ask questions about an open carry. They can do it right now when they pull you over, or if you're approaching this Capitol. Are you carrying a concealed weapon? And the law requires you to say yes and show your license. And you're fixing to do away with that, and it's essentially the same system under open carry that we have under a concealed weapon. And in fact, I had someone that I respect that's in charge of security of this building, and I want you to think about this. We won't need metal detectors. Senator Huffines, we will not need metal detectors in this building if our law enforcement that protect us and the public on a daily basis cannot ask someone if they're coming through the east or any door of this building and they notice a weapon being carried openly, what's the purpose in the metal detectors? So members, I would talk as long as my voice and energy would allow me. I would talk for a week or more. Obviously that's impossible, and I would talk into the evening. I'm not going to talk for the sake of just burning time, because well, you know, a filibuster only works in the closing hours of the session, which we've had a little familiarity with. I've seen it very effectively used in the past for someone, Gonzalo Barrientos, Carlos Truan, a number of members I've served with, on a kind of a regular basis would filibuster a half a day or so to bring attention and focus to an issue. And essentially that's why I'm talking right now. I want the people of Texas, I want all of our constituents to know that in my judgment and in law enforcement's judgment, we're really, really playing with a dangerous matter. It's not something that we can afford to be wrong about. You know, you make a mistake on a lot of legislation, It can be fixed. You make a mistake with this in the eyes of law enforcement, it's going to cost lives. Now, let me speak to a couple of your salient points, Senator Huffines. You say, you can't be asked anything without probable cause. This is not changing anything. Well, you're wrong. I respectfully let you know that criminal justice has exceptions where officers can talk to you, challenge you without probable cause. First and foremost are game wardens. A game warden can pull you over, approach you in an open field anytime they want to, and ask you for your hunting license, your fishing license, without any probable cause. So there is examples in the penal code and in law enforcement where they do not have to have a probable cause. Likewise for maritime law enforcement. A game warden or a maritime officer, which Austin has on Lake Austin, can drive up and ask you for your safety equipment or your boat license anytime he or she wants to, without any probable cause. So for you to stand there and say that it's just like all other contacts with law enforcement is just wrong. They do not need probable cause to approach you for some of these special issues. Now, I've also heard from law enforcement that can go on and on with issues and examples where they need to be able to ask someone about a weapon, an open carry, certainly in our metropolitan areas. One called and said, if someone is acting in front of a daycare center, no law being broken, but the concern of the parents or the operators, they would need to be able to ask that person, do they have a license for that firearm? And you could probably cite many, many other areas, particularly if you get into some of maybe of our strong religious beliefs, some of the churches that have conflicts with certain groups. Someone could be out in front of a mosque or a tabernacle, not violating the law, but just there with a gun. Law enforcement believes it's necessary to be able to ask those questions. Someone told me earlier today, with all the money y'all are spending on border security, because we are concerned about security along the border, have any of us stopped to think for a moment what it will be like for law enforcement to go into a fast food establishment along the border that we collectively have already designated as a high-risk area and see someone sitting there with a pistol and not be able to go ask them, are you a licensed carrier of that firearm? Or are you involved in human trafficking, drug trafficking? Are you a member of the cartel? Because they really can't tell by just walking in and observing someone sitting there with a firearm. Talking about just walking in and observing someone reminds me that I need to address the racial profiling concern of some of my colleagues. No one, I will not take a back seat to no one to being against racial profiling. And I would suggest there's been racial profiling before this legislation is passed, or if your amendment goes on. Some of my colleagues that I respect, particularly my African American brothers, I take a back seat to no one. I would do nothing to give anyone the opportunity to profile someone racially, religiously, or any other fashion. Unfortunately, we've had racial profiling since the beginning of time, long before this amendment was presented. Hopefully, Senator West, through your efforts and your colleagues, through dashboard cameras, we have certainly done great strides against racial profiling. And when you're successful with your body cameras, I hope we even reduce racial profiling more. I personally don't think this is going to enhance racial profiling any more than if we did not have it, because if you've got bad police officers, you'll have bad police officers. They don't need this amendment to come up with racial profiling. They can come up with 100 different reasons to pull someone over. I notice no one is using that argument against texting while driving. Now, you talk about some racial profiling. If you're really concerned, you ought to be concerned about racial profiling and who they're going to pull over if they see someone texting. They probably won't pull over someone often that looks like myself. So I could talk, and let me finish on racial profiling. African Americans make up less than 7% of concealed weapon CHL license. One is too many to be profiled. I'd like to say how many Hispanics, to my Hispanic brothers and sisters, colleagues, but how many of y'all know that the DPS considers Hispanics white, Anglo? I don't know why we haven't all got charged up about that, particularly the Tejano or the Hispanic caucus. I wanted to know how many Hispanics have concealed weapon permits, but the DPS historically and still to this day has everyone grouped under the category white, which doesn't help in this discussion. Let me say one other additional concern, or address your comments, Senator Huffines. I spent 10 years in the House. I respect the House and their right to pass what they choose. I respect Representative Dutton and his views, but I really think there's a distinction between the House and the Senate in that our forefathers really wanted us to have 4-year terms for a reason. And I think I've addressed that with some of the freshmen. We, by design, are supposed to slow legislation down by our 4-year term. We are supposed to not be the immediate reaction that a 2-year House member serves. So, in all due respect, the House has a right to their vote, but it should not be the great influence that you give it. I think I can easily tell you I'm opposed to your amendment. I hope the members will not only vote their district, but vote their conscience. I respect everyone's right to vote their district. Senator Huffines, you know your district better than I do. I really question whether your district would support this, but then you also have a right to vote your convictions, and certainly you're expressing yours today. So let me tell you of my concerns. If I thought the book I've got underneath my desk has got every member of CLEAT, there's 20,000 of them. I got their membership under my desk, and I could read it for the next couple of hours. Then I could go to the municipal police organization and their members. Then I could move over to the Houston Police Officers Union, or I could go up to the Dallas. So I could spend till about midnight letting y'all know how serious I am about this and how I am really honestly fearful for our police officers and consequently fearful for our constituents. But I think I have certainly made myself clear. I have done my job on this Senate floor. I respect the process. I think as we've all recently in a couple of events talked about what an honor it is to be a state senator, be one of 31 that represents 26 million. And one of the reasons it's an honor to be a state senator is to have a discussion and a debate such as this. Elections matter. I hope my concerns and fears do not prove correct because it involves lives. And I will, at this time, Mr. President, tell you that I'm very much opposed to this amendment, and then I'll be opposed to the bill regardless. It is kind of interesting, an observation, that some of my colleagues that are for this amendment plan to do everything they can to kill the bill. So Like I said, everyone has a right to vote their district, vote their conscience, but it's pretty interesting that they're going to put an amendment on a bill that they so badly want to defeat. With that, thank you, members, for your time.
Okay. Members, Senator West, you're next. For what purpose? Your light is on. It's an error. All right. Senator Hall, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a comment and ask the author.
You're recognized. Senator, do you
Thank
yield?
you.
Yes, I yield for the question.
I wasn't going to say anything at this point, but there have been so many things stated in opposition to this that, by the way they're phrased, have left some less than inaccurate impressions in some people's minds, and I'd just like to give my opinion and clarify some things that were left incomplete, and also address this from another standpoint, because most of the arguments of what I hear reach into the far extreme, much like happens in the arguments on abortion, where they take the far extreme special purpose, less than 1/10% incident, and want to allow abortion for all based on that 1/10%. This bill and all of it is about liberty and freedom. It's about our rights to live in accordance with our Constitution. This is not just about someone strapping on a gun and strutting around to look like a big shot. This allows someone the freedom, if they carry a weapon and they prefer to carry it concealed, they can now ride in their car and hang their coat in the back of the car, and when they get to where they're going, they can get out and put their coat on without being arrested. If they're in a restaurant and it's more comfortable to eat without a coat on, they can take their coat off and enjoy their meal and then put their coat on when they leave again without being arrested. If they're walking between two buildings here in Austin on an August day and it gets pretty hot out there, they can take their coat off and carry it where they're a little more comfortable and not get arrested because they've exposed their concealed weapon. There's a lot to this bill that goes way beyond just talking about the criminal with the gun, which you have to understand that, and the implication has been, and most of the questions here is that because of this bill, now anybody can carry a gun, and nothing could be farther from the truth. Under this bill, with or without this amendment, no one can carry a gun, open or concealed, that does not have the license that you currently require, period. And there really is no difference in what that gun can do, whether the person is carrying it concealed or carrying it open. It is still what it is. So that should make no difference at all. But it's about the liberty and freedom for us to be able to do what our founding fathers intended when they very carefully crafted that Constitution and gave us that right. Now, another point I want to clear up that led people to believe that all of a sudden we're going to be unsafe with this building being overrun with people with guns. You can go out there right now and try to get into this building, and it's the same whether you have a concealed or an open carry. You only get in two ways. Either you swipe a card that you're open carry, or let the DPS swipe it for you, and you come in, or you go through the metal detector. If you go through the metal detector and set it off, you'll be stopped, and they'll determine why you set it off. If you're carrying a concealed weapon, then you will have to show a license for that, or you will be asked to go out and come in and go around the other side. It's no different with an open carry or concealed carry. So that whole argument has nothing to do with what will happen in this building. It'll be exactly the same. The other issues have been raised on this thing about game wardens, maritime. Those are circumstances that are totally separated and unrelated. It's like comparing apples and oranges. The game warden stops people participating in an event. Maritime is the same thing. They're unrelated. There are other ones, and I could talk about several of them, but I just like to leave it with the fact that this is about giving all of those who choose to carry the right to carry the way they want to carry for their own personal benefit. And I ask Senator Huffines, is there anything in your amendment that makes the basic bill itself any less effective?
No.
Thank you.
Senator Campbell, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To address Senator Huffines.
With a question or?
Regarding this amendment.
All
Yes.
right. You're recognized. Senator Huffines.
I yield for the question.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of your amendment, and I'm very happy with all the new senators that we have joining us in our body. But as we have heard all day, referred to our Constitution and our founding fathers, and Senator Hall just now said, the United States Constitution carefully crafted by our founding fathers for a specific reason, to make sure it passed and that it was defensible. So, keeping that in mind, the open carry bill brought to us by Senator Estes was carefully crafted. And I would ask if you realize that you adding something to this carefully crafted bill risks taking it out, shooting it down. That's my question.
I don't really believe that's the case. I think that the members here that support open carry will support open carry with or without this amendment.
And I appreciate that, but I'm not really talking about this body. I'm talking about that one over there.
Well, Senator, with all due respect, that body already passed this amendment 130 to 10.
But
133 to 10.
Mm-hmm. But as we change it,
We're not changing it. This is the exact language that they've already approved.
but as we add, I believe we're going to lose this open carry. I'm concerned that we're changing this bill to the detriment of the bill by adding the amendment. And with that, thank you. I don't have anything lengthy.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
Permission to question the author of the amendment?
You're recognized. Do you yield, Senator?
Yes, I yield for the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Huffines, I'd like to go through just a few legal areas with you. Again, I think Senator Whitmire made an important point that this is a very serious change that makes a major impact, in our opinion, to the state of Texas. And I know that many of the members have made up their minds. I certainly don't expect anyone to change their mind. But I think because this is critical and I believe will have serious implications, I think it's important to our constituents and to the state that we have a healthy discussion and our eyes are wide open about what we're doing. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the legal issues and ask you some questions about them. What is your definition of reasonable suspicion?
Well, I feel like that the law enforcement will make that call that they do every day, and I'm confident that they'll make the right decision.
Well, certainly you understand that law enforcement has to make that decision every day on the streets, and those have to be determined through objective facts. And later, their decisions will be graded by by judges, many levels, at a local level and many times later at appellate level, and certainly all the way up to the Court of Criminal Appeals and even the United States Supreme Court. Just one fact situation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not asking you what a police officer thinks of what reasonable suspicion is. What do you think reasonable suspicion is? You've used the word quite a bit on this floor. I'd like to know what you think it is.
Well, Senator, I appreciate the question, and it's not what I think. It's really what they would think, and the bill really speaks for itself, and it says you cannot solely stop and question and search an individual because they are carrying their
Well, actually, you should know what it is, because by this amendment, you are trying to tell, and I don't want Senator West's opinion about reasonable suspicion. I want to know what your opinion is. Well, I want to know Senator, I want to know what you think.
Repeat the question. What I think reasonable is?
Reasonable suspicion, and how you think it applies, how a police officer will apply that using your amendment that you're putting onto this bill. And Senator West?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Huffines needs to answer these questions.
I'm trying to. I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
I said that I am not a policeman. I am not trained to be a policeman, and I am sure with their training and their knowledge that they will make great decisions.
Well,
they do it.
I wish you meant that, Senator Huffines, because they are out on the street and they do have to make those decisions every day about reasonable suspicion. And the courts have given them very specific direction about what reasonable suspicion is. And they have to be able to articulate, if asked, what was the basis of their belief for reasonable suspicion. It's an objective standard. And you are telling them in this amendment that someone with a gun is no longer a factor that they can use solely as an objective standard. And I would submit to you that there are situations where a person, and the sole fact the police officer has is that the person is carrying a weapon, and you are now tying the hands of police officers in specific situations. And it's not going to be in a situation, Senator Hall, where a man is at the Golden Corral with his wife and his children. That's not what we're concerned about, okay? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about police officers on the streets who are protecting us so that we don't have to go out there and try to protect ourselves. Yes, we have a constitutional right to defend ourselves if called upon, but we live...
Order, please. Quiet.
But we live in an ordered society, and we have to... You're right, the police officers are trained. The courts tell the police that an officer can conduct a lawful temporary detention when they have reasonable suspicion to believe that an individual is violating the law. Reasonable suspicion exists if the officer has specific articulable facts that, when combined with rational inferences from those facts, would lead him to reasonably conclude that a particular person actually or has been or soon to be engaged in criminal activity. Now, there are going to be situations out there where the simple fact that a person is carrying a weapon will cause the officer in his mind, and it's an objective standard, all right, to believe that the person is about to engage in a criminal activity or soon to, or already has recently. But they may not know that the bank has just been robbed, or they may not know. It may be a security officer in a bank, and he sees someone walk in, well-dressed, looks perfectly reasonable, and a customer comes up and says, that man has a gun. Well, under your bill, if the officer had nothing else to articulate about what his suspicions were other than he was in a bank with a gun, then under your bill, the officer could not even you put the words, not even, so we're not talking about arrest here. We're talking about an investigatory stop. Again, Senator West, I'm debating Senator Huffines. I'm not debating you.
I'm not saying anything.
Well, I take issue.
Okay, fine. You take issue. I understand.
All right. I didn't know that those were the rules of the Senate. Investigatory stop or a temporary detention. So they can't even temporarily detain, and under legal standards, that could be, if you are limiting a person's ability to move on, then that can be a temporary detention. So even an inquiry by a police officer could be considered a temporary detention. So the language of your bill would prevent police officers from acting even in a situation like that. Again, reasonable suspicion is a standard that has to be met by police officers. They know that. They are trained in that. But they have been trained that a person that they see with a gun, that is reasonable suspicion to them in most instances. And why? Because under current law, under current state law, they would have every right to stop an individual with a gun. Are you familiar with the statutes that are in current state? We'll talk about state law, not federal law. And it's interesting to talk about how this would affect federal law, but that's a whole nother story. But are you familiar with the state statutes that deal with carrying a weapon? That's a question.
Not necessarily. I'm not an attorney, as you know.
Well, I would suggest to you that when you take it upon yourself to take on an issue like this, that you familiarize yourself with the legal penalties associated with these activities. So let's go through the current law as it applies to carrying a weapon in the state of Texas. So I'm sure you know, since you have supported constitutional carry and other bills dealing with guns, that a person commits an offense if he intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carries on about his or her person a handgun, and it goes on to a legal knife and so forth, but let's just talk about handguns at this time. But certainly know there are exceptions to that, right? What
Yes.
are the exceptions?
Well, I'm not sure of that.
You don't know. Okay. Well, you can carry a weapon on or about your premises, all right? You can carry a weapon to and from your car to your premises. It's right here in the law, Senator West. You want to come look at the statute with me?
Yes. Can I?
Sure, go ahead. You know that you can carry a weapon in your car?
You asked me, do I know if you can carry a weapon in the car? If it's CHL, you can, yes.
No, I'm not talking. No, okay, let's back up. Let's back up.
Yes.
We're talking about people who do not have a license. We're talking about people.
Excuse me, Senator. I want quiet in the chamber, please. This is an important issue, important amendment, and the senators deserve respect on the floor. If anyone behind the rail continues to talk, I'm going to ask you to be removed.
We're talking about Senator Hall's citizens who he's talking about, people who have a constitutional right under the Second Amendment to freely exercise their rights as it relates to firearms. Talking about my right. I don't have a CHL license. I can keep guns in my home. When I travel to and from Austin, I can carry my gun from my home to my car, drive with it to Austin, bring it up to my apartment. I have every right to do that. I'm not a CHL holder because the law gives me that right. Do you know what the law is as it relates to carrying a weapon in a vehicle?
Well, I know that you can carry it with a CHL. It's certainly.
I'm not talking about a CHL holder right now. But this law would apply to a CHL holder, but it applies to every citizen, every one of your constituents, unless they are otherwise prevented from owning a gun because they had convictions or other exemptions.
My amendment does not change at all where you can carry the gun.
Well, I'm about to ask you a question about that.
Okay.
All right? So, under current law, if you have a handgun in a vehicle, you can have it, but you can't have it in plain view. Okay? How does your amendment affect current law? And I've told you what current law is, and that is any person who does not have a CHL license can carry a weapon if they legally have obtained it, of course. I'm talking about legally obtained weapons. You can't carry it in plain view.
Well, my amendment's very simple. If the reason they're getting stopped is solely because they're carrying a gun, that's not a reason to get stopped. And the police have a lot of discretion. They have a lot of experience in determining what would be reasonable.
I'm asking you a question about carrying a weapon in a vehicle. Your bill states that a police officer cannot question or detain or ask questions about the display, the open display of a handgun. Current law states that you cannot carry a handgun in plain view in a vehicle. And I think let's talk about why that's good public policy. What do you think about a police officer, those DPS troopers who are on dark rural roads, or let's say Highway 71 between Austin and Columbus that many of us drive? Do you know how dark and scary that road is at night? I think many people in this room have been on that road at night. I often wonder, wow, was he a DPS trooper who's pulled over somebody? I think how scary it must be. I guess they get used to it and they're trained, but I think it would be pretty scary to walk up around those cars. And partly I know that because I prosecuted cases where police officers have made those calls and ended up with a bullet between their eyes. I've seen the results of that. So I'm sensitive to it for good reason. So now we're telling those officers that these people can carry their gun in plain view in a car on them. And if you walk up to the car because they've been speeding, which you know you can't arrest someone for speeding, I'm sure you know that, unless they have open warrants or something. And you walk up to the car and you see that they have a handgun, is the police officer under your amendment could not inquire as to whether or not they were legally carrying the gun. They would be violating the law if they didn't have a CHL, because if you're a non-CHL holder, you would have to hide the gun. So is the police officer then not allowed to inquire as to whether or not that person is legally entitled to carry that weapon?
Oh, they could inquire about that.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure this amendment's going to go on, so while we're at it, let's set up some good legislative intent here. I don't think that's what your bill says, your amendment says, but maybe we can give a break to the police officers here. So it's your belief that a police officer who stops a vehicle for a traffic violation, whatever it may be, and there's of course numerous, it could be speeding, it could be expired license, it could be expired inspection, and they approach the vehicle to inquire about the traffic violation. It's your legislative intent that if they are openly carrying that it's okay for the police officers in that situation to inquire as to whether or not they have a CHL license. And you know what, I think usually what police do when they see a gun like that, I think they pretty much tell you to get out the car with your hands up and, you know, lie flat on the ground is probably what they do, because they have to be proactive in those situations. That would certainly go beyond a temporary detention or an investigatory stop, and it would be more of a full detainment in that situation. They may ultimately let them go, but so you're not, you don't feel like a situation like that would be affected by your bill?
No, I do not think that.
Okay, why don't you explain that to me? Because I'm curious, because I'd like to know how you come through that thought process to that conclusion, because it really doesn't make a lot of sense based on other things that you've said here on the floor as we debated this bill. So explain to me how that is different than approaching, you know, someone who is, you know, at a bank or something along those lines.
Well, my bill doesn't change the CHL process at all. So if they're pulling someone over, they need to display the CHL license just like they're currently doing. And if they don't, if they have a gun, let's say visible in the car, then they don't have a CHL, they're breaking the law.
So you think it's so it would be okay under your scenario for the police officer to ask in that question if they had a CHL license?
Yes, that is correct. If they're breaking the law when they got pulled over, they have a right to ask if they're carrying and to disarm the individual, to take whatever reasonable precautions they need to take.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about I think there's been some discussion. I know Senator Nichols went through with you this afternoon about his belief, and by many on the floor, that this is just kind of a backdoor to constitutional carry because of the fact that it really, any person would feel that they could just carry a gun without a license because they know the police can inquire of them if they have a license, because that's what your amendment does. So I think the public policy the public policy concern about this is that many people, I believe, will do this, and it makes it impossible for police to enforce the licensing of CHL holders as they've done successfully and very amicably with CHL license holders for over 20 years. And I continue to hear from police officers who say to us, this has not been a problem. And I haven't heard any CHL license holders tell me that they feel like they've been abused by police or so forth. But I do believe, and you continue to say, and others who have debated this continue to say, that the objective is to protect the law-abiding CHL holder who is simply exercising his or her Second Amendment rights. These are the people that we want to protect, and these are the people who deserve this right. But I think we can all agree that that's an admirable cause, but one of the side effects of doing that is that we are going to have people who cannot qualify for CHLs. We are going to have felons. We are going to have individuals who perhaps have unfortunate mental impairments that would otherwise prevent them from getting a CHL license. We are going to have issues with individuals like that openly carrying without the police being able to investigate that. So with that in mind, I would like to propose something to you, a thought that I perhaps would have about an amendment. Are you familiar now with the current punishment scheme for individuals who unlawfully carry a weapon? Those would be people who don't have a CHL license, who are not carrying on their premises or to and from their premises or legally in a vehicle. Are you familiar with the current punishment scheme under the Texas Penal Code.
Remind me of that, please.
Well, okay. It's a Class A misdemeanor, okay? And unless it's in a premise that sells alcohol, a bar, and then it becomes
Felony.
a third-degree felony. Let me check my fact. I believe that's correct. That's a third-degree felony. Third-degree felony is punishable by 2 to 10 years in prison, okay? And we've done that. We made that a felony because clearly it was the intention of the legislature that they don't want people to carry a gun in a bar. And that makes sense. And we create, the way we set up punishment schemes is we make punishment more severe as we more and more want to deter the behavior. Would you agree with me that it would be important to deter individuals who did not have a valid CHL license or those who would choose to violate the law to be heavily deterred from committing this offense? Because clearly, if you get a bunch of folks out there who are have bad intentions when it comes to carrying a weapon, I think eventually the good people of this state, the good CHL holders, are going to be punished for that. Would you agree that eventually there's going to be public backlash, public push against this whole notion if we start having folks that really shouldn't be openly carrying weapons? Would you agree with that? That we want to deter that behavior?
No, I don't agree with the first premise, which was this would turn people against the open carry.
So what my proposal is, I think that we should raise the punishment. If we're going to say now we're going to let licensed people carry weapons openly, and we're not going to let the police stop and make sure that they are one of the good guys, no matter how temporary. My submission would be then what we should do is make sure that we have a really strict penalty for those who are violating the law. And why? Because the stronger the punishment, the more the deterrence, and that would help to deter those folks from unlawfully carrying a weapon. Does that make sense to you?
I understand your premise, yes.
Yes. So how would you feel about an amendment if I offered up an amendment that said we're now going to raise the punishment for carrying a weapon that's the same as it would be now in liquor establishments, that is a third-degree felony. So now, if you carried a weapon, of course, it would be outside of the constitutional outside of what the state has protected through statute of your home, going to and from your home, traveling, not in plain view, but otherwise just out on the street, in the supermarket, in the bank, wherever it may be, but you don't have a license. What if we raise that to the same as if it was in a bar, to a third-degree felony? Make all those felonies. Or we could go higher. We could make it a second degree. We could do 20 years in prison. Or we could even go to a first degree. 5 to life.
Well, I don't think that is not. I understand what your thoughts are on it, Senator, I do. But
I'm just trying to protect the public. So I'm reaching for ideas here to keep, to tell the bad guys, not our good folks.
It's already against the law, and they already will go to jail, and they will have their day in court, and right now go ahead.
Okay, you just said something. You said right now it's against the law and they will have their day in court. But you see, the problem is that it's difficult now for the police officers to do their job, to find the bad guys who have the guns, to find those unfortunate who have some mental problems that prevent them from having a gun. to talk to the just released felon who was stopped at the corner drug dealer and picked up a 357 and, you know, a crack rock or whatever, or some meth. Because the police officers don't have that option. You know, you are tying the hands of law enforcement. So again, what would you feel about raising the penalty?
Well, Senator, the issue that we're talking about here is really that, first I'm going to disagree with your premise. They can stop somebody that looks suspicious, and but they can't just stop them because of they're carrying the weapon. I mean, right now you can carry a long gun, right?
Yes.
Can you carry a long gun? You could carry a AK-47, walk down the street, right? And you don't have to have a permit for that. You don't have to, that's not a reason to be stopped. It's perfectly legal to carry a shotgun, walk down the street. There's no permit necessary.
Senator West, your microphone's over here.
Yeah, I'll step up here. Right there. But so I understand your premise, but we're talking about here, and what this amendment's about is about exercising the Second Amendment right and exercising the right that you have when you have a CHL license. Well,
and no one is trying to infringe upon anybody's Second Amendment right. No, we're giving them the right in this legislation to openly carry in the state of Texas. No one is infringing upon that right. But the law and the Constitution gives the state authority to regulate this within reasonable means for the safety and security of the citizens of this state and the United States of America. And Texas has always protected Second Amendment rights of individuals. And I'd say Texas is a free state that loves liberty and has a reputation around the world of being a free, independent-minded, strong, I've got people yelling comments here, but strong beliefs in individual rights. But with certain rights come responsibilities, and there has to be some social order. It's just part of the world that we live in. Senator Whitmire and I live in large metropolitan cities. There's many of you, Senator Resty, San Antonio, Senator Hidalgo. What did I say?
Kind of big.
Oh, yeah, Senator Hidalgo.
It's getting bigger.
What I called. Senator Ellis, your HPD officers are listening. Senator Garcia, you all live in cities, and we have to have order. Senator West, you know what I'm talking about. I know you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking
about. I know you do. And my point is that you can have rights, but with rights comes some responsibility. And for the life of me, I do not believe that the vast majority of CHL holders in this great state would feel that they were being violated or infringed upon if a police officer politely said, "Sir, ma'am, do you have a CHL license?" They've been doing that for years. It's not going to happen in every situation. It's not. You know that. Everyone in here knows that. I used the example today, Senator Seliger's, he has half of West Texas in his Senate district or more. And, you know, what Joe Bob in the diner and the sheriff knows him with his open gun, he's not going to get stopped. No one's going to ask him anything. But maybe in Senator Ellis's, some of his areas that he represents, some of the areas I represent in a city, with police officers who are valiantly trying to do their job, that there are going to be instances when it's in the public's best interest, my constituents' best interest, for them to be able to politely ask someone who is standing there with a gun if they are lawfully, if they have a license. I do not find that offensive, and I submit to you, Senator Huff-Hines, that the vast majority of people who live in this state will not find that offensive. I support Second Amendment rights as much as anyone in this room. I have many guns. My father was a Marine. He joined the Marines when he was 17 years old. The first song I knew was the Marine hymn. Did you know that, Senator Uresti? I was raised with guns. I was raised hunting. I believe in it, but I believe in some social order too, and I believe in supporting our law enforcement. And I understand the votes are here, but I'm not sitting down until I have made my point that this is a mistake. And I think it's a mistake that the state of Texas will come to regret. I know I can't win this fight, but I'm going to stand up and fight it because it's a fight worth fighting for. And you are just plain wrong on this. And I understand it's an unfortunate mix of a coalition here where you have folks doing things for different reasons, and that's fine. Everyone in here has a right to vote their conscience, and I, as much as anyone, respect that. And I respect what's going to happen, but that does not make it right. Thank you, members, for let me have the opportunity to say what I think, what I know to be the truth. And I ask each one of you to examine your conscience and think about your constituents and what they would want you to do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate
Senator Taylor from Collin County. Where's Senator Taylor? His light is on. Take your time, Senator. We're going to be here a while. We have 30 bills or more after this one.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're recognized for what purpose?
Just wanted to talk with the author for a second.
You have the floor. Do you have a question for the author?
I was hoping the author of the amendment would yield for
Will
some
you yield?
questions.
I yield the floor for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Huff-Hines, I just wanted to make sure that, again, we're clear about this. I think what we're talking about here with your amendment is making sure that current federal law, so I had an exchange earlier with Senator Estes, and I asked him whether or not police officers can stop somebody from doing something that requires a license. And the examples I used were driving a car, riding a motorcycle, and driving a commercial vehicle that you need a commercial driver's license for. And he affirmed that it's very, very clear case law on the federal side that our Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution protects us from being stopped by police officers if we are licensed, if they want to verify that we are doing something that requires a license. So they can't stop us. And so what I think your amendment is doing is it's clarifying into state statute what is already existing law by case law that's been upheld in several, I believe it's in 2 different appeals courts where police officers have stopped individuals who were openly carrying and asked them for a license, and they couldn't do that. Now, I think one example was that went all the way up to the Fifth Circuit, actually up to a court of appeals, where the individual was arrested. Does this sound familiar to you?
Yes.
And so, again, I think what we're doing, what you're doing here, is you're taking what's existing federal law, and I think my conversation with Senator Estes was very clear that police officers can't stop someone who's doing something that requires a license, even if they do require a license, to verify that they have a license. And so I think that, to me, your amendment makes sense because you're putting in statute what is already existing. And what I'm concerned about is it seems to be the people that are opposing your amendment seem to think that police officers have the right to stop anyone they choose to see if they have a license to do whatever it is that they're doing. And again, the conversation I had with Senator Estes was that's clearly not the case. That is not the law of the land. The law of the land is they cannot stop someone. And so I think that what you're trying to do with this amendment is protect police officers from making a mistake. And the mistake would be to start interrogating someone, do you have a license, when they're not legally allowed to do that. So I look at your amendment as guiding law enforcement to not make a mistake. And then in turn, that I think protects not only the citizen, but it also protects law enforcement. When this amendment first went on in the House, there was concern by my own police department. And we had some conversations with them. We sent them the cases, the case law, and they read that and they said, you know what, we think that we're okay with this. They actually withdrew, they went from opposed to neutral, back home, the Plano Police Department, because they understood that they could not stop someone. They know that they've got to have probable cause to stop someone. And probable cause is not seeing someone doing something that requires a license. They have to think that there's some crime, perhaps may have. And so, I think you're protecting not only the citizens, but I think you're protecting law enforcement. Do you want to speak to that? Or?
Well, thank you for the comment, Senator. This absolutely protects law enforcement. It protects the taxpayers from the inevitable lawsuits that are going to come without this amendment being attached.
All right. I think what you're doing makes sense, and it makes sense for the people who are going to use their CHL to open carry in this state, and I think it makes sense for law enforcement because of the way the law of the land is in Texas and in America already. What I think is interesting to me is whether or not your amendment goes on, CHL holders who choose to open carry, should this bill become law, would be protected from being stopped by police officers who wanted to ask questions, unless there was probable cause. But again, I think you're protecting the citizens that we've been sent here to serve, and the law enforcement personnel who are also enforcing the laws of this great state. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator, I don't have any more speakers, but I understand there may be an amendment coming, so I'm going to make sure that there is not or there is, and I'll hold.
No.
Senator Estes, to be clear, if I was waiting for an amendment, we'd vote on this right now. I believe there's an amendment to the amendment, but I'm waiting. I don't see the senator on the floor, so.
Question.
Yes.
The amendment that Senator Huffman talked about, is that an amendment to the amendment or just another amendment to be debated?
I'm not advised,
okay,
but I understand it may be an amendment to the amendment.
Thank you.
Here she goes. Senator Huffman, we are ready to vote, and you said you may have an amendment to the amendment. If you do, we
Yes,
need it.
Mr. President, if I could be recognized, I do. If I could just ask your indulgence just for a brief time, I just need to review it quickly and make copies.
5 minutes or
that would be
10,
very helpful.
5 minutes?
If you'd be willing to do that. Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate it.
We will stand at ease for 5 minutes for her to make the copies. Members, I'm advised they're making copies, so it should just be a minute or two. Members, Senate comes to order. Members, there is an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment will be passed out. This would be amendment number 10, amending number 9. And if anyone else is planning an amendment, please get it in, for or against, because we're moving. Senator Huffman, you are recognized on your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, during the debate that we've had this evening, Senator Huffines and I engaged in a discussion about my belief that his amendment would create an incentive for those who could not otherwise legally carry a handgun and enjoy that there's legally enjoy their Second Amendment right. My belief that that will cause some to open carry or to recklessly carry handguns when they do not have the training and the licensing to do so under Texas law. So we discussed how it was important to create a deterrent to that type of behavior. So members, this amendment to the amendment does not touch Senator Huffines' language and his intent. All it does is enhances the penalty under current law for recklessly, intentionally, or knowingly carrying on or about your person a handgun. It doesn't affect the penalty range for other illegal weapons like knives or clubs or brass knuckles. It simply states that if you intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly carry a handgun, which I think his amendment will encourage people to do, that the punishment range will be a second-degree felony, which means it would be punishable by 2 to 20 years in prison. Again, a judge or jury would have the full range of punishment, and in an appropriate circumstance, a jury could consider probation, a judge could consider probation as well. Again, I think this will send a strong message that we will deter individuals from carrying a weapon unless they have a CHL license. So I move adoption of the amendment, which would be Amendment 10, to adopt Amendment 9 by Senator Huffines.
Okay. Senator West, on the amendment to the amendment.
Question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Huffman, what is the penalty range for a second-degree felony?
2 to 20 years in prison.
What's the fine?
I believe it's $10,000, fine up to $10,000.
Yeah, 10 I think it may be up to 20.
Could it be 20?
It could
It's
be
10
20.
to it's 10 or 20.
So
I have to refer.
Right now, unlawfully carrying a weapon is a Class A misdemeanor?
That's correct.
And what is the penalty range for a Class A misdemeanor?
It's up to a year in the county jail and
I think it's a $4,000.
$4,000 fine.
Yeah, I think it's 4 now.
It's 2 to 4, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so for purposes of illustration, would you tell the members of the, I was going to say jury, but the members of the Senate,
sure.
what are some other second-degree offenses?
Oh,
Well, let me back up. Could you just kind of go through the different levels of offenses?
Mhm.
Capital murder, right?
Right. Death penalty or life without parole.
First degree felony is what?
5 to 99 or life.
Right.
And again, the fine, I think it's up to 20, 10, 20.
somewhere up in there,
It's
right.
somewhere in there. Nobody ever gets fined.
And
a full
then we have
amount.
second degree offenses.
2 to 20,
And then third degree offenses.
2 to 10,
And then Class A, Class B, and Class C, right?
and state jail.
All right, state jail, that's
Yeah.
right. And
6
so,
months to 2 years.
over the years of Senator Whitmire's guidance as the, where is he anyway? Disappeared on me. All right. His guidance as the chair of criminal justice, we have decided on issues concerning enhancements and increasing penalties and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so right now, the legislative body has decided up to this point in time in history that it should be a Class A offense to unlawfully carry a weapon.
Yes, I believe it's been that for some time.
And it has been for some time.
Other than carrying in a liquor license establishment.
Exactly, and I think
Yes.
it's been that way, and I was going to ask Senator Whitmire, I think it's been that way since like 1970 something.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, I think 73. And so you want to make it a second degree felony now.
Yes.
And so that the members will know exactly what a second degree felony is, can you tell them some of the other offenses we consider second degree felonies?
Well, I believe that robbery is a second-degree felony.
Robbery.
I believe drug possession of
A certain
over
amount.
400 grams. I don't
Right.
know exactly
Right.
because it's,
Right.
you know, a complicated penalty range, large amount of marijuana. I believe that there are some aggravated assaults that are more than, you know, threats. There's some aggravated assaults that rise to that level. Those are the ones that come to
Okay,
my
off the
mind,
top of your
but
head,
yes,
and
yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah.
And so you believe that unlawfully carrying a weapon is equal to a robbery?
I believe that at the time that these statutes were enacted, that we didn't have the situation that is being created by the amendment to this legislation.
Is it the amendment or the bill?
I think it's the amendment to the legislation because I'm not trying to deter behavior of the good law-abiding citizens who have CHL licenses. I'm trying to deter the behavior of criminals who are going to take advantage of this loophole in the law and prevent and create dangerous situations in our society.
So you
I believe if we have a strong enough deterrent effect that maybe it will deter criminals. You know, understand a CHL holder will never get this punishment. This will only be for lawbreakers, not for CHL holders.
And so what you're saying then, if a person doesn't have a CHL, they are potentially a lawbreaker, right? So if a single woman doesn't have a CHL but has a handgun, we're talking about handguns, right?
Only handguns.
Okay, we're not talking about rifles. We're not talking about AK-47s.
No.
We're talking about a handgun.
Right.
All right, so if a single head of household, be it male or female, has a gun, and they are caught with it in an inappropriate place, if this amendment goes on to the amendment, that person would be exposed to 2 to 20 years.
If they intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly.
Intentionally? Their conscious objective to engage in behavior and cause the result.
Right.
Knowingly, they may be consciously aware of it. Recklessly, they're just reckless.
Right.
They could get, under your amendment, 2 to 20 years.
Yes.
And you think that that is what the criminal justice scheme of punishment that it was meant for? To put someone with a Class A misdemeanor since 1973, and you do agree that we've looked at punishment ranges several times since 73, and have always left that at a Class A misdemeanor.
Right.
And so you believe that under these facts and circumstances, a single parent that inappropriately carries a gun that's not a CHL should be exposed to a second-degree felony, punishable by 2 to 20 years in the penitentiary.
I think that a single parent, I don't know this mythical single parent.
Yeah, we've been talking about mythical things all day.
Well, some of them seem pretty like a hard taste of reality to me, but I think that a judge will use discretion like they always do. As I said, there are probated sentences allowed, and there's 20 years in prison allowed. I think that as we have set up these punishment schemes over the years with a lot of thought, as you said, we did not have facing us the situation that we do tonight in Texas. And I believe that this will be a deterrent for illegal behavior associated with openly carrying weapons. Again, and I stress this, this will not affect a law-abiding citizen, will not affect a CHL holder.
And how do you define a law-abiding citizen?
Maybe we'll encourage many people to go out and get their CHL license, which I think would be a great thing.
If a person doesn't have a CHL, they're not law-abiding? I don't have a CHL.
Of course they're law-abiding, and they can
That's exactly the point.
They can carry their gun in their house, they can carry their gun in their car, they can carry their gun to and from their car, they can carry their gun in a boat, they can carry their gun if they're transporting large sums of money.
I'm talking about, ma'am.
Lots of exceptions.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying in terms of, and I'm not going to rehash that with you, but if they make a mistake and they have a gun with them and they're stopped and they're arrested, you want them to be exposed to a second-degree felony punishable by from 2 years to 20 years in the penitentiary. And you talk about probation. Probation is a conviction, isn't it?
Doesn't what?
It is a conviction.
Probation. Probation is a conviction.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so a person get a conviction, they're placed on probation. Let's say it's first offense, and this goes on. First offense. They get a conviction, and you know what a conviction carries with it, right?
Sure.
Okay, and that's what you want to do based on something that's right now a Class A misdemeanor. Now, let me say this to you also, and I wish Senator Whitmire would come back out here. He's probably back in the back. I do believe that since we have put CHLs in, we've also looked at penalties again to make a determination as to whether or not carrying a firearm, an illegal weapon, whether the punishment should be up to a state jail felony. I think that's what we did. I could be wrong. He can answer that question. Or a third-degree felony. And we decided against that. The legislative body decided against that. I think the Senate decided against it.
Yes.
Okay, and so let me ask this. If Senator Huffine's amendment didn't go on, would you
did not?
Did not go on.
Yes.
Would you still offer this amendment?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Ellis, for what purpose?
To ask Senator Huffman a few questions.
Senator Huffman, do you yield?
Sorry. Yes, I yield. I'm sorry. Someone was talking.
Senator, why wouldn't you offer this as a separate standalone amendment by itself if your intent is actually to get it as part of the bill? Why wouldn't you offer it as a standalone amendment as opposed to an amendment to Senator Huffine's amendment?
Because my intention is to only get it on as an amendment. It really truly is an amendment to his amendment, because I only think it's necessary for a very strong deterrent statement if his amendment goes on. I would never, I think Senator West just asked me that question, I would never have stood up in this debate and offered this amendment to Senator Estes' legislation. I think Senator Estes had a good piece of legislation. I wouldn't have offered it. My intent in offering it is because I feel so strongly that we need to have a deterrent effect for those who take advantage of those who would choose to break the law and take advantage of Senator Huffine's amendment. So that's why. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the honest.
Somewhat, Senator, as you know, the clock is ticking on this issue, and Senator Huffine's amendment passed the House by an overwhelming margin.
Yes, we've heard that.
Is it fair to say that you're putting, if this amendment were to go on, it would force a conference committee and could very well kill this bill?
I don't think a conference committee should necessarily kill a bill. We have conference committees on many pieces of legislation that has passed through both houses. In fact, I don't even know what the percentage is, but I would say it's a high percentage of this time of session that we have conference committees, and most of them are amicably resolved in some way, shape, or form.
Well, obviously, you know from discussion earlier, I would prefer not to have Senator Estes' bill.
Yes.
So if you were to do something that triggers putting this in a conference committee and it comes back late enough, you do think that I have the ability to talk for a long time, right?
I know you can talk.
So wouldn't that be a
And very
concern
well.
of yours if this amendment were to be added to his amendment? It goes to the House. It takes them a while to get to it. It comes back, conference committee. When it comes back over here, I can talk a long time. I know I'm normally brief with my comments, but I could really go on a pretty good amount of time. Is that a concern that you would have?
Not at this point in the procedure. If we were a few days down the road, maybe. I think we're in good shape. We have just started this process of conferencing. I think the calendar is very safe. It's not my intention to kill this bill, Senator Ellis. Not in the least. It's not my intention.
Well,
and I know you can talk, and I know you can talk for a long time, but you can't talk that long.
You know I'm not concerned about my NRA rating. It's too late.
Right.
That's not really a concern for me. But is it fair to say for members who are concerned about that NRA rating, if this were to be added and somehow this bill comes back in a time frame in which I could talk it to death, they're going to get credit, and it's going to hurt them with their NRA rating if that happens?
Well, I hope that we're not making votes worried about our NRA rating, but doing what we think is right and constitutionally the best thing to do. And I think my NRA friends may be watching, and I feel confident that they know that I'm doing this for the right reasons.
Do you think the House will accept it?
I don't know. I don't know what to think of what the House will accept or not. There may be people in the House who like this.
Good luck.
Maybe, well, I don't know. Well, I think it's going to take more than luck, Senator Ellis.
Thank you.
Thank you for wishing me well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Huffines, you're recognized on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry. State your inquiry.
Yes. My parliamentary inquiry is germaneness.
Please bring your inquiry forward.
Thank you.
Senator Huffines, I'm going to acknowledge you made a parliamentary inquiry. Senator Huffman, do you
Yes,
wish to pull it down?
I must pull down my amendment to the amendment. Thank you very much,
All right.
Mr. President. Member.
Thank you, Senator.
When you get to the amendments, you have to ask the person if she's going to vote for the bill if the amendment goes on.
Okay. Mr. President?
Senator Huffines?
Yes.
Can we have order?
I'd like to move for adoption of my amendment.
Senator Taylor of Collin, who I think supports your amendment, you want to speak?
Yes, Mr. President. I needed to ask the author. I realize I've already spoken on this amendment, but
So has everyone else.
First I wanted to say I referenced the Plano Police Department, and I made a mistake. They are opposed to this amendment and this bill. I spent about a quarter of an hour with their attorney, and he raised a very important legal constitutional question that I need to have clarified here on the floor.
Remember, just want to be sure everybody can hear. Okay,
Thank you,
go
Mr.
ahead.
President. So there are three kinds of stops that a police officer can conduct. One is a consensual stop, the second is an investigative stop, and the third is an arrest. And so this amendment, as I read it, Senator Huffines, is stopping, quote, certain investigatory stops and inquiries, correct?
Yes.
Right, that's the title of your amendment. And so I wanted to be sure that we clarify, you and I, that this amendment allows consensual stops to continue, but in fact prohibits investigative stops for merely wearing a firearm openly.
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm going to say this one more time because I'm going to ask it to be put in the journal because I think this is really important because at least my police department is concerned that there's just a skosh of ambiguity. It's not ambiguous to me, and I don't think it's ambiguous to you, but just as they read the language, they're concerned that this amendment may stop consensual stops. But it is my understanding this amendment does not stop a police officer from making a consensual stop. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Mr. President, if I may, if I could have the last two exchanges between myself and Senator Huffines about consensual stops recorded in the journal and read in the record so that police departments across Texas know that they can still do consensual stops even if this amendment goes on the bill and becomes law in the state of Texas.
Members, is there any objection? One moment, Senator Taylor. Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask the gentleman a question.
You recognize, do you yield, Senator Taylor?
Of
course.
The controversy is not whether they can do a consensual stop, it's what the officer can ask and inquire about once he pulls them over.
I'm sorry, Senator.
We're not spending hours talking about whether an officer agrees with consensual. Oh, I'm sorry. The issue or controversy is not about the stopping, it's the inquiry about do you have a license to carry that pistol? And you're not helping your Plano police officers who are strongly opposed to this by clearing up the procedure to stop someone. The controversy or the matter before us is the inquiry when they pull you over on a consensual stop, if you've got a pistol on your side.
Right. And I think what a consensual stops consists of, and again, I've just gotten a lesson on this, what a consensual stop consists of, a police officer can walk up to any individual and say, how are you, Mr. Whitmire?
That's a detention. You know, Huffines can have his attorney. I've got mine.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, Senator Huffines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a motion on the floor. I move for adoption of my amendment.
You yielded to Senator Taylor to ask you
For a
question. He made a motion to put your dialogue in the journal. Senator Whitmire stood for the purpose of asking Senator Taylor a question, and he yielded the floor to Senator Whitmire.
So
Senator Taylor has the floor, Senator Huffines, right now, and he has a motion.
Yeah, if
I
we,
yield.
Okay,
if
so
we can-
now the motion on the floor is to put the conversation, you said both conversations?
Well, the conversation regarding regarding the consensual stops. So not the entire discussion that he and I have, but the discussion regarding consensual stops.
Is there any objection? Senator Huffman.
Yes, but before I vote to have that recorded, I want to make sure we are recording something that has any value or worth to future courts to look at. And I don't believe what is in the record is very helpful, because there was some discussion about what's in the caption or the title of the section, but I wonder what is the difference in your mind. I don't know if it's important what's in your mind, Senator Taylor or Senator Huffines, between a consensual stop, an investigatory, I'm just reading the language of this, an investigatory stop, or other temporary detention. Because if this is going to be what police officers in the courts, all the way up to the United States Supreme Court, have to use to determine what the legislative intent is, I think we need a lot more substantive debate about what those three things mean and what your legislative intent is. Because a consensual stop is very close to a temporary detention. In fact, it's almost impossible to approach an individual without it being a temporary detention. You didn't say a detention or and you say no stop. So let's make sure that the police officers have guidance about what they can and cannot do.
I withdraw my motion, Mr. President.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Members, we are on floor amendment number 9. The question is on adoption. Senator Estes, you finally, after 6 hours, get to say something on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've had a long debate. This issue has been examined from every side that I can think of. I will leave this to the will of the body. I will be voting no. Members, vote your own conscience.
Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt.
One moment, so be very clear. You're voting, this is not tabling, this is on the adoption. You're either voting of Senator Huffines' amendment. You're voting for or against his amendment. 1 or 2. Yes or no. It's not a table, it's on the amendment.
Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson,
you have that?
Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Seliger. Taylor of Galveston? No. Taylor of Collin? Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, the amendment is adopted. Members, we have an amendment. This is Amendment 11 by Watson.
Floor Amendment number 11 by Watson.
Senator Watson, please explain your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, I know it's been a long and difficult day, but please give me your attention on this amendment because it fills a hole that we need to fill in this bill. In the bill, there's a section that the body has already voted on previously and was voted on in the House. And what the section does, and if you have a copy of the bill, it begins on line 13-70, and it's the section that says a license holder commits an offense if they carry a gun concealed or carried in a shoulder or belt holster, and then it lists a number of places you can't carry it. For example, a place where alcoholic beverages are served, high school, collegiate, or professional sporting event, premises of a correctional facility, and then in number 4, what it says is on the premises of a hospital licensed under Chapter 241 of the Health and Safety Code. Chapter 241 of the Health and Safety Code. Chapter 241 provides the definition of a general hospital and a special hospital, and I won't go into all of those details. But what it fails to include, and there would be a gap here, would be mental health facilities or a mental hospital. Under Chapter 571, you find the definition of mental hospital. So what this amendment does is it plugs that hole. We've already got an exception for hospitals under 241, but the bill leaves out mental hospitals. So this amendment would add mental hospitals to the same provision of law dealing with guns in general hospitals. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Huff-Hines, you're recognized on Senator Watson's amendment. I'm sorry, Senator Estes. I've been talking to you so long today, Senator Huff-Hines. I thought it was your bill. Forgive me. Senator Estes,
Thank you.
You're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Watson, I actually think that, like I told Senator Rodriguez earlier, I think that this possibly could be a standalone bill in our next session and be studied this interim. It is my goal to neither increase nor decrease any place a gun can be carried, so respectfully I move to table.
Members, to close, Senator Watson.
I think we've had enough debate. I just say one thing. If we're going to recognize, if the legislature is going to recognize that there should be an exception of where you can carry and open carry as it applies to general hospitals, we ought to go ahead and make sure we've got it clear, and it would also apply and not create a gap in our law, our law for mental hospitals.
Senator West, for what purpose?
Well, Senator Watson, you?
Do you yield? Senator Watson?
Senator,
sure.
You agree that if a facility does not want to have any handguns on their premises, they can put up a sign right now. You agree with that, right?
I agree with that, but Senator West, we've written into law certain places where that you can do that and be in compliance with the law. This law also says that if somebody takes it into one of those places, it describes, as you discussed with Senator Huffman, what the criminal offense is. And what's happened is we're getting ready to pass a bill out of here that limits it to just general hospitals and in some instances special hospitals, but it does not include mental hospitals because that's in a different section of code.
All right, thank you.
Okay, members, the motion on the floor is to table. Senator Estes, you moved to table, correct? The motion on the floor is to table the amendment by Senator Watson. The Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Sulliger, Taylor Galveston, Taylor Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
Members, I'm sorry. Oh, you had one you missed. I'm sorry. There being 25 ayes and 6 nays, the motion to table prevails. Members, there is an amendment. I'll wait till it gets to the back row before we read it. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 12 by Huffman.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, again, I won't belabor the debate or the argument, only to state, again, my intention is to create a deterrent effect based on the need that I see exists because of Senator Huffine's amendment going on. But I have altered my previous intent listening to Senator West and others, and instead have created a punishment scheme that would make knowingly and intentionally or knowingly openly carrying a handgun when you do not have a license a state jail felony. Members, a state jail felony is punishable by 6 months to 2 years of state jail facility. Again, probation, deferred, are all possibilities for punishment, as well as in some situations punishment could be reduced to a misdemeanor. Again, it would require an open carry of a handgun, and this would not be for law-abiding CHL holders, but for those who violated the law and took advantage of this amendment to openly carry. I would move adoption of floor amendment number 12, members, Mr. President.
Senator Estes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Huffman. Senator Huffman, we had a long debate over the second-degree felony and the state jail felony. I think poses the exact same problem. So with great respect to you, I've moved to table the amendment.
Yes, sir. I would just again request that members think about what we're doing. This is a reasonable solution for punishment. Currently, it's a third-degree felony to carry in a liquor license establishment. It's a Class A misdemeanor to carry a weapon. This would simply be a state jail felony in between those two ranges for those individuals who intentionally or knowingly openly carried and created a threat to our communities. And I move for adoption. I move to vote against the motion to table.
Members, the motion on the floor is to table the amendment from Senator Huffman, and the Secretary will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Sulliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti, Watson,
Give me a no on that instead of an aye.
West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
Members, there being 21 ayes and 10 nays, the motion on the table prevails. That is the last amendment. Senator Estes, you are now recognized on a motion to third reading.
Mr. President, will you yield for a question?
Senator
Happy to yield to my desk mate.
Senator Ellis, you're recognized.
Mr. President and members, my desk mate asked me earlier by voting for Senator Huffines' amendment, was I trying to kill his bill? And I made the comment that I was not trying to kill his bill. It was sincere on my part for totally different reasons from those of Senator Huffines that I would support his amendment. So I just want to let you know that on third reading, I will be voting for your bill. I don't think that many people on this floor have an NRA rating any lower than my rating. And to be honest with you, I have had that low rating, and it has been a badge of honor for 25 years. I don't think I have ever voted on a gun bill. I've made the case earlier that I'm against this bill. The reason that I'm going to vote, Senator, with you on third reading is because I sincerely believe if your bad bill becomes law without the Huffines amendment, there will be more, not less, racial profiling in Texas. And that is why I'm going to vote with you on third reading. I also want to say to Senator Huffines, I don't want my constituents, as I jokingly said earlier, to think I'm drinking the tea. If I am, I hope it's chamomile, because when I wake up tomorrow, I probably won't be with you. But at least tonight, I am. I've heard of strange bedfellows, strange political bedfellows. This has been the strangest bed I have ever seen.
Thank you, Senator, and you've made that strangeness happen.
Senator Taylor, for what purpose?
I just want to get some clarification on what this bill means for our law enforcement from the author, Mr. President.
Yes. Do you yield, Senator?
I yield.
Thank you. As I was talking to Senator Huffines earlier, and I really want to get this on the record because this is important. At least my police department thinks it's important. As I discussed, there are three kinds of stops: the consensual stop, the investigative stop, and the arrest. And this bill, as amended, will continue to allow police officers across the state to make consensual stops. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. So consensual stops, after it's amended with Senator Huffines' amendment, which is now on this bill, continue to be legal in this state, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, if I could ask for this exchange between myself and the author of this bill to be put in the Journal for Legislative Intent.
Members, is there any objection? Hearing none, that will be reduced to the writing in the Journal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Estes.
Senator Estes, you are recognized on a motion to third reading.
Mr. President, I move passage to third reading, committee substitute, House Bill 910.
Secretary will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, Eltife, Estes, Frazier,
It's like old.
Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Sulliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti,
Yes. That's my baby. That's the way that.
Watson, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini,
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the bill passes to third reading. Where is Senator Estes? Senator Estes, you are recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Members, thank you so much for this long and lively debate. Thank you so much. And with moving for final passage, we'll get the board up there.
This is not for final passage. This is for suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Sorry. Move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
A question.
Can we have order?
Did not we just do that?
No, we just moved to third reading. We are now suspending the constitutional
Okay,
3-day rule.
My apologies. I move to suspend the 3-day rule. Thank you.
Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, L-Type, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Sulliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair now lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute for House Bill 910. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 9.
Yes, I did.
Committee substitute House Bill 910 relating to the authority of a person who is licensed to carry a handgun to openly carry a holstered handgun.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I move final passage. Committee substitute House Bill 910.
Secretary will call the roll.
Bettencourt, Birdwell, Burton, Campbell, Creighton, Ellis, L-Type, Estes, Frazier, Garcia, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffines, Huffman, Colcourse, Lucio, Menendez, Nelson, Nichols, Perry, Rodriguez, Schwertner, Sulliger, Taylor of Galveston, Taylor of Collin, Uresti, Watson, West, Whitmire, and Zaffarini.
There being 20 ayes and 11 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.